Distinguished guests, management of the University of South Africa, invited speakers, delegates, industry leaders, researchers, and students. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Unisa Catalytic Niche Area Research Symposium. We have put aside 2 days to discuss and to debate issues linked to marine studies, aviation, automotive, energy, space study and square kilometer array, the fourth industrial revolution, natural sciences, health studies, feminist, womanist, Borsadi theorizations, my word, and student support. So welcome to this event. I'm Gillian Arendse, and I am based at NRF Vitemba Labs in Cape Town, and I will be your program director here at the Senate Hall. And of course, today we are connected with colleagues sitting in Florida at the Science Campus, and they are connecting with us, of course, via technology. So a special word of welcome to those colleagues, and specifically my co-host this morning, Dr. Warren Hubert. Warren, good morning. I hope Warren is there, otherwise I have to sing that Adele song. Hello from the other side. So Warren, are you there? Is Warren's mic off? Warren, you better speak because they are looking at me and I am looking at them. And of course, I am the one who gets nervous. So let's check. Florida Science Campus, Warren Hubert, are you there? Are you able to get Warren, colleagues? He's there. Look at the beautiful man. Am I able to hear you, Warren? Do you know that story about the guy that was on the screen and we couldn't hear him and we were laughing at him, but he didn't know that we were laughing at him? You know that story? So this is that day. At least he's wearing a beautiful jacket and a tie, dressed to perfection. If only we could hear him speak. All right, so I think while they're sorting out the technicalities, I think we are going to proceed with our program. So it's now my privilege, my pleasure to invite to the podium Professor Mpho Ngwepe, the Acting Vice Principal, Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization, to provide a bit of context, but also to share a word of welcome on behalf of Professor Lenka Bula, who I take it is in a Senate meeting at the moment. So, Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director, Dr. Gillian Arendse, and your co-host, Warren Hubert, who is at the Science Campus. I am told that today and tomorrow we are pregnant with speakers, And they say, if you have never left your mother's kitchen, you will think your mother is the best cook. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, there is a saying that when they start an event in North America, they start with a joke. And in Asia, they start with a quote. And in Africa, we start with an apology. I would like to apologize for starting late. But the truth of the matter is that Africans are not late. I always say to people that in Africa, if you tell your grandmother that tomorrow we are going to town, your grandmother will come a day before. That is an African time. So it is not 2 hours later. It is a day before. Indeed, in Africa, wisdom wears many faces. Sometimes it comes dressed in humor, and other times it walks barefoot through the struggle of life. And we know that life doesn't bend for the idle, for heavens themselves responds only to motion. Distinguished guests, representative of government and industry, program directors. Where I come from, they say ditiro ga di latšane. Ke Setswana, and in Northern Sotho they say di tswetše mafatla. I don't know the meaning in English, but the equivalent may be that because of the competing priorities, the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor MUCKLENEUK, is busy at the council meeting. She will join us later after she has delivered her presentation there. Let me recognize the keynote speaker, Professor Sudesh Sivarasu, the Sachi Chair in Biomedical Engineering and Innovation, Brett Arense, Designated Paramount Chief, West Coast Karikua, Carmen Rogers, Paramount Chief, West Coast, facilitators and panels for all CNAs. CNA, I'm not referring to the shop. I'm referring to the catalytic niche areas, the reason why we are here today. Thabo Mulekwa from Siemens Energy, Tande Gambambo from Forestry, Fishery and Environment, Gloria Siminya from the Department of Transport, the colleagues at the Science Campus, members of the media representing various media houses present, colleagues and cousins here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am both humbled and elevated by the honor and privilege to welcome you on behalf of the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Chair of Council, Dr. Dan Musia, the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor MUCKLENEUK, this morning to this symposium. And as I said, the Vice Chancellor will join us later for the official opening. Welcome to the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, which is, as I was talking to the Paramount Chief earlier on, telling him that it is at the summit of the MUCKLENEUK Hill, the hill that most students and people ascend literally, figuratively, and virtually, searching for knowledge. And the architecture of the University of South Africa is one of the most recognizable landmarks that welcomes visitors to the Jacaranda city, from the site of Johannesburg via Ben Schoeman Highway or OR Tambo via the R21. And for some, it is used as a landmark for directions. But if you are not careful, it'll sauwe. You can be disoriented and struggle to access it. You will just pass here the whole day, struggling to access the university. I have been requested, or rather instructed by the organizers of this symposium to contextualize and set the tone for the CNA Research Symposium under the theme, Catalytic Thinking, Impactful Outcomes. Catalytic thinking is a systems change framework that uses specific, possibility-driven questions to shift mindset, moving away from reacting to problems and toward creating visionary, large-scale results. It relies on radical inclusion, asset-based strength, and collaborative trust to transform how groups approach complex societal issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this is core shifts in mindset from reactive to possibility, shifting away from fixing what is wrong and instead designing an entirely new ideal future. At the University of South Africa, the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Buleleng Kabula, aka Masten, after realizing that approximately 100 million net new jobs will be contingent on a massive global reskilling effort, she raised a critical question in 2021. Is today's education system preparing our graduates for the new reality? We are now told that the fastest growing jobs will be in fields such as AI, machine learning, renewable energy, cybersecurity, while clerical and secretarial jobs will decline. We have seen the war in the Middle East and also in Ukraine, which were fought in the sky. What does that mean to the soldiers? This tells us that the most sought after skill is a blend of high-tech and deep human capabilities, with analytical thinking topping the list, followed closely by the big data expertise and the human-centric skills of resilience, flexibility, and agility. To respond to these challenges, the Principal and Vice Chancellor instituted and enabled the university to optimize the 10 catalytic niche areas that the program director has just listed. This approach aims to create the future-proof student. And that is why, among others, for infrastructure to support the CNAs, the university has acquired an experimental farm, a taxi rank for the planes, so that we can train Bumagesa how to drive the planes and watch the space for more. Because in Pretoria, there is a linguist that says, Rekaseba Hemish. Some of the fruits of the optimized CNAs have been harvested, and we are still busy harvesting others. And the CNAs help UNISA to develop programs that are intra, multi, and cross-disciplinary. This was a deliberate move to break the invisible lane of monodiscipline. Gone are the days when people are operating or researching in their little silos, in their corners, in their disciplines. So with the catalytic niche areas, the idea was to break that invisible lane. Already the CNAs has yielded 10 new such chairs for the decadal plan aligned research chairs at the University of South Africa. We have Professor Masindi for the integrated water research management, Professor Kamika for water and the environment, Professor Machaba for big data and mathematics education. We have Professor Graham for large-scale assessment in mathematics, Professor Khatle, welfare and social development, Professor Yusuf for sustainable energy, Professor Palaniyandi, who is looking at recycling the batteries, Professor Mbowa, Professor Malan, Professor Dube. Let us give them a round of applause. By late last year, we only had one such chairs, but now, because of our alignment to the CNAs, we are now having 11 such chairs at the University of South Africa. And this is a platform for these such chairs to be innovative and commercialize their products. And we are also not forgetting the recently awards of the NSTF, where Professor Mashia Mkansi received the award, and Professor Malik Maza, the #1 material scientist in the country, also received the award. Let us give them. And just yesterday, we got the news that the project led by internally here at Unisa, led by Professor Namu and the senior postdoc, Dr. Lazarus Chabunga of the Institute for Sustainability and Corporate Citizens under the College of Economics and Management Science, concluded a consortium grant agreement to the total grant of for the 15 consortium members across 9 countries bordering the Atlantic Ocean, which is about 114 million rand. The project started on the 1st of July this year, and it will end on the 31st December 2029, and is for the research being undertaken in the Atlantic Ocean through a project called Building Resilience in Atlantic Communities Through Innovation and Science. So we can see that the catalytic niche areas were established as a deliberate strategic intervention to strengthen research at Unisa and to focus our intellectual resources on areas of national, continental, and global importance. And at the heart of the initiative was a simple but powerful question. How do we ensure that research at Unisa becomes more collaborative, more visible, more relevant, and ultimately more impactful? The answer is already there at what I've already said. And one of the most other achievements of the CNA program has been the establishment of the vibrant community of practice. These communities have stimulated collaboration across colleges, strengthened postgraduate participation, encouraged joint research initiatives, and created opportunity for engagement with the industry, government, and civil society. Hence, today we have invited almost every stakeholder, from traditional leadership, from government, from civil society, and from industry, as well as academic. The 10 catalytic niche areas are represented at this symposium illustrate both the breadth and strategic importance of the Unisa's research ambition. Since the inaugural symposium, the CNA initiative has continued to mature, and we have strengthened the governance structure, established optimization teams, and expanded network of collaboration. Perhaps most importantly, the CNA initiatives has reinforced an institutional cultures that values impact. Increasingly, our researchers are asking not only what knowledge can be generated, but how that knowledge can contribute to solving grand societal challenges. Our expectation is that this discussion today will help us identify emerging research opportunities, strengthen partnerships, and highlight areas where collaborative action is required. We expect this symposium to deepen engagement between researchers and external stakeholders. We expect it to stimulate new interdisciplinary collaboration both within and beyond the university. We expect it to strengthen opportunities for postgraduate students and emerging researchers. We expect it to contribute to the identification of future research priorities. And importantly, we expect the outcome of this discussion to inform future CNA activities and contribute to the continuing development of the university's CNA. The success of this symposium will therefore not be measured solely by attendance. It will be measured by the quality of conversation we have, the partnership that emerge, the ideas that are generated, and the action that follows. And as we engage over the next 2 days, I encourage you to think beyond disciplinary boundaries, beyond institutional mandates, and beyond individual research projects. Let us use this platform to explore how our collective expertise can contribute to sustainable development, innovation, economic growth, and social transformation. The foundation have been laid. The momentum is growing. The partnerships are expanding. The challenges before us now is to move from collaboration to impact, from ideas to implementation, and from catalytic thinking to catalytic outcome. I wish you a productive, engaging, and impactful symposium. As I conclude, those who hear and don't act are like those who glance in the mirror. Walk away and 2 minutes later have no idea who they are. what they look like. James 1, verse 23. In the absence of amen, God sin South Africa. God bless South Africa. Mudzimu fatutsetsa Africa Chipembe. Hosi katekisa Africa Tsonga. Welcome to Unisa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those words of welcome and also just positioning the 2 days and also sharing the impact of Unisa in terms of the role that it plays. You were talking about MUCKLENEUK Hill, and I think in the month of July, it's Mandela who said, after climbing a hill, stop, pause, celebrate where you've come from, but then understand that you have a lot more climbing that you need to do. Your learning, your research becomes relevant when it is connected to reality. So the next 2 days, it's time for you to connect your head with your heart to your hands as we unlock possibility. So thanks for those words of welcome. So we're going to continue with our program. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Warren Hubert, who is also from the NRF, linked to SAON, to introduce our first keynote speaker. Warren, are you there? All right, so as you heard, our first keynote speaker is Professor Sudesh. Yeah.
To that, that address that we just had, eh? So I think we're heading off to our first speaker of the day, which is Professor Sudesh Rivasaru. I hope I'm pronouncing it. Can you hear me?
Professor Sudesh.
It looks like they can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? Well, I'm going to introduce Professor Sudesh on this side in any case. So Professor Sudesh is a DSI NRF SACHI Chair for Biomedical Engineering and Innovation and Director of the Biomedical Engineering Research Center at the University of Cape Town. His pioneering work continues to transform healthcare technologies and innovation ecosystems across South Africa. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Sudesh.
Thank you, Warren, for your kind introductions, and I hope the other side we are still able to hear. When I was looking at Gillian on the program, it just got me PTSD about and even that both of us were in the same room a couple of weeks ago. Gillian will understand what I'm saying. But just to realize that we are in two different campuses, and I hope technology doesn't act up now this time, as it did 2 weeks earlier. see some movement.
Yeah, just this. It's a big presentation. I can give you a couple of points. Yeah.
Right, so they're just quickly setting up the presentation, but the connectivity is working fine. They're just switching laptops. So there we go. So that was just to show you that he really exists.
Just reminds me of how good technology can be and cannot be. Finally, so I will start my lecture now. So thanks, Professor Mufo, for the introductions and for setting the stage. And I want to follow what you said, with an apology for the delay in start, but I hope it doesn't continue the same way. But thank you so much for that, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. And today, I'm going to briefly present about Made in Africa. It's a thing that I'm very passionate about, and specifically, I want to see if we can engineer hope with every medical device that we can innovate. And that's going to be the theme of today's talk. And before I get to the core of my talk, I would like to look at the audience and ask, by show of hands, in the audience, how many of you have used a medical device? Okay. So that's like 2/3 of the audience have used a medical device. How many of you are currently using a medical device as you sit in this auditorium? Anyone using a medical device as we are in this auditorium? Okay. Glasses? Yes, exactly. Yeah. So now 2/3 is becoming more. Yeah, I like it. Smartwatches? Okay. Are smartwatches medical devices? Yes, no? Not yet. Some of them are, not everything is a medical device yet, but there is a long, it's just getting better and better, and it's just a matter of time before they also become a certified medical device. Why I'm mentioning that is, it is something that we use almost on every single day, but we don't realize that there is whenever we talk about medical device, we almost immediately think about MRI machines, CT scanners, the Da Vinci machines for surgeries. But it's not that case. There's a whole gambit of medical devices, and some of them are very simple medical devices, like the eyeglasses that I'm wearing. And this is where I would like to change our focus to say 2/3 of global population do not have access to these essential medical devices. And that if you have access to a medical device, and if you have been using a medical device, then, well, we are not in that 2/3. But majority, 2/3 of the global population do not have access to these medical devices. And it's a shocking stat when you look at it, because we have a combination of problems. And I'm not saying medical devices are the only solution to these problems, but it could be a potential enhancer of certain ways in which we deliver healthcare. So let's look at some stats. I'm just not making up these numbers, and let's look at some stats and then see how this actually works. This is a World Mapper project. It's a very, I like this one because it actually shapes and changes the area of the geography based on how big the incidence is. And we're looking at death of age of children under the age of 5. And you can see that Africa and Asia predominantly has a very bulgent numbers here. And I want us to closely observe this as we go into the next part of this presentation, because when we go to HIV, again, Africa is increasing in its size and other nations are slowly but steadily decreasing in its size. Why it's important for us to understand this is because of the complex nature in which our healthcare burden is. We're not just dealing with just non-communicable diseases or just infectious diseases. We also have a combination of non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases, as well as injuries and road traffic accidents and violence. And these leads to subsequent complexities in how we deliver healthcare. Now we have seen this problem, how are we actually addressing this? Let's look at how much we spend on healthcare. Just in comparison to the previous charts that we saw in terms of the burden, and now looking at the expenditure, we almost non-existent on the map. And that's, if that doesn't shock you, the other bigger number to look into is the number of physicians working in our areas. Here we have a quadruple burden. We have highest increasing number of disease burdens. We have new complex diseases that are coming, which are emerging through many other mechanisms. We have decreased amount of healthcare expenditure, and we have decreased number of physicians who are working in this place. Despite that, Africa is very healthy, right? And there is much more that we can actually do to make this healthier. But there is another thing that we need to take into account, which is something that will affect almost every one of us, which is health as a primary contributor, leading to something called the multidimensional poverty. And you can see there's a significant global population that is going to be affected and is being affected because of lack of access to health and how that leads to the multidimensional poverty. So what am I trying to say with this? We have 2 in 3 people globally who do not have access to healthcare, very limited number of physicians, very limited number of healthcare expenditure, and health is actually leading to more and more poverty. What are we doing about it? This can be, because the talk, because I work in medical devices, everything looks like a medical device to me. And let me solve this problem by getting donations, right? So let's say if we can bring in donations, let's see if that works, because we are seen as a equipment donation graveyard, because we get a lot of donations of medical equipments in Africa, in South Africa, across the country, across the board. I would like us to just have this image. This is from a very famous hospital in our near vicinity on the right. It's a room full of equipments that have not been used. It's a room full of equipments. In these cases it has been purchased, but it has not been used, it has not been maintained, and this is a global scenario. And something that is more common that you might be familiar is this scenario where we have broken wheelchairs all over the places. And because we end up becoming equipment graveyards and donation graveyards. So it's not that the wheelchairs are not designed good, it's not designed for our context. When you bring a wheelchair that is being used completely in a perfect landscape, and you try to use them in a landscape which is, the terrain is very mixed up, the wheelchairs don't actually live up. What really happens there is that we don't have sufficient maintenance of these equipments. So it's not just, it's spare parts scarcity that is affecting. There's a formal study that has been conducted about 38.3% of equipments are not functional that are being donated into the continent. And it's not necessarily because they're not good, it's not fit for purpose, and it is not in the right environment where it is going to be used. And most importantly, it costs clinicians and technicians for maintenance of this. And when we look at, leave out building new equipments, right? Can we maintain what we already have? The number of people, the number of registered workforce that is in biomedical equipment maintenance, this is from WHO stats, is very, very limited. We have very few people who, you can look for yourself the numbers for South Africa and the rest of Africa. And this number speaks to itself why most of our equipments are broken, if not maintained. I had the opportunity to contribute briefly to this WHO note, which talks about the medical device donations and considerations. It specifically recommends in terms of what should be considered in terms of getting a donation, not just I would like to have 10,000 wheelchairs, but do we have sufficient maintenance plan for these 10,000 wheelchairs to run in our streets? Do we have the wheels, nuts and bolts that is required for maintenance of these wheelchairs? People, personnel, do we have them? And if not, it's going to be another graveyard that we are going to be creating. And this is going to lead more and more inefficiencies in our system. Okay, now let's go into designing a new medical device from scratch. You've got to start by saying, is it a medical device? I started by introducing that most of us use medical devices. Some are simple, some are complex. And the other important thing to take into account is where is it going to be sold? Is it going to be sold in South Africa? Is it going to be sold in Europe? Is it going to be sold in Asia? Then what is the kind of risk? Because the most important thing that you, as a medical device designer, is to keep into account that you shouldn't be introducing new risk to your patients. If you can make their health better, that's great, but you should make sure there is no new additional risks that are introduced to the patients that are using it, or the users in general who's going to use it. But the most important thing is who's going to pay for these medical devices. We assume that the government will pay. It's not the case in most cases. We have to figure out who exactly is going to pay for these medical devices. Where is the reimbursement going to come from, and how is that going to be aligned? If we don't have answers to all of these, we will end up having another excellent research project, but that's not translated. And if we really want to change this scenario, we need to figure out how to change those excellent ideas into that something as a solution that can go into our clinics. And just to give you an idea, this is the roadmap to get a medical device to market. I don't know in which part of the world we predominantly focus on the design and development, but there is a whole lot of sequences that needs to happen before a technology, health technology, can actually reach the patients or the clinicians who are going to end up using it. The first and foremost is, are we aware of these processes? Second is, can we upskill ourselves to do this? Third is, what is needed as an infrastructure to get this going? Because predominantly we focus on design and development, and we assume that that pink line will solve the world's problem. But the pink line is a small part of the bigger problem. We have to differentiate between inventions, innovations, and the ones that actually go to patients' hands. And that's a very different ballgame altogether. So what does that mean? It means that 90% of innovations fail, and this is documented evidence. And more importantly, if you have a product in mind, 95% of innovations will fail, right? So this makes it even more interesting. So any guess how many percentage of innovations will fail from academia? I don't want to give the specific number, but it's higher than 95%. Because we're happy to report it as a journal publication, because our priority is not product innovation. But we need all of this. But if we can even reduce 5% of this from 95% to 90%, I think we will contribute significantly to our healthcare delivery space. And that means I would like to introduce my philosophy of frugal biodesign, where we talk about comprehensively looking at a problem, not just from a design and development point of view, but also looking from the clinician's point of view, the user point of view, the reimbursement point of view, who's going to pay for it, the awareness point of view, because there is always a bigger thing, a bigger understanding that something that is coming from the north is better than something that is home developed. We need to create our own awareness about this. And to the academics out here, I would like to kind of push the agenda that teaching is a very underrated research tool, because if you want to try multiple iterations of innovations, I think you could do it very well with teaching, and very well with short projects, with short dissertations. And we definitely will be able to exponentially increase how much research output that we are able to generate by the modality of using student power and their collective thinking in terms of using. And that's what we have done. We have adopted frugal biodesign into our medical device design curriculum, and a number of students are trained on it on a regular basis. Just to give you an overview, if you're developing a medical product, health product, you've got to keep into account that they need to be within good clinical practices. They need to keep into account the ISO 13485 requirement. And this is in addition to it to being due diligence done in terms of design and development. You've got to make sure that it is compliant with the clinical aspects as well. But as I kept saying, safety is the #1 priority than the efficacy. We always tend to focus more on the efficacy, but as a medical device innovator, it's quite important that we take onus of the safety. And just to give you a breakdown, we have 35% of global devices in class 1 devices, class 1 category, 53 in class 2, and 9% in class 3. Any guess how many percentage of what kind of medical devices we can get it fully certified in South Africa? From a medical device, but I'm not talking about diagnostics, medical devices. There are 3 categories. How many categories can we get it certified fully from South Africa? If you make it in South Africa, if you can run it through SAPTA. How many categories? 1, 2, 3? I'll give you examples as we go. So as far as it's easily, 1, it's doable. Anything around 2, you actually have to go through a predicate route, which is quite complex, and we do not have examination system to do anything about that. So what ends up happening is you have to route it through an already existing certifying body like the CE or FDA, and then bring it back into the country to get it approved for usage in South Africa. And this has happened on multiple occasions in our own device innovations, where we had to go into FDA to get it certified at FDA at a cost of a couple of million rands before it can come down to South Africa for usage for a purely South African innovation to be used in South Africa, we have to go through all these loops. But why I'm mentioning this is, our regulatory agencies are also maturing, and it's just a matter of time before we can actually get all of these in place. So we know the classical value of death, right? So, when you start an innovation, you kind of go from innovation to product, and there's a big value of death. We all understand this, and we wanted, all of us here, try to bridge this value of death through our work in some means or another. But the reality is that we have multiple values of death. It's not a single value of death, and these values of death, each one of them is going to hold you from getting to the market at some point or the other. And the real question is, are you equipped for this reality of multiple values of death? And if so, can we share that learning? If not, can we do something about it? What is the intervention that will actually convert your innovation into something into a product that can be used by people out there? This really is I always like using this particular slide because it talks about a person going from point A to point B. But if there is no streamlined effort, the cars go, if there is no lane for car, if there is no lane for tuk-tuk, if there is no lane for people to walk, all of us congest this road, and it ends up that nobody reaches our destination on time. And there's a lot of apologies that are going to come through that side. But why I'm saying this is exactly what is happening in our innovation ecosystem. We all do our independent things, and there is no ecosystem that drives this going forward. What is the real cost of that? The real cost of that is that after you have a product that you have matured, the amount of investment that is required to build the infrastructure to mature your product is going significantly higher. And that's where we have to look into our funding instruments to see how much what would be the value of funding instruments that we have. For innovation, there is like a lot of funding instruments that are available, for $500,000 to $1 million to a couple of million, easily available. The next step going into industrialization, the funding challenges go from a couple of millions to a few tens of millions. And then when you go into industrialization, into scale, it goes from few tens of millions to a few hundreds of millions. And we will have to reflect on ourselves. Are we as a country, are we as universities, are we as science councils equipped with that level of funding for us to take one product into the market? If you think that is an exaggeration, let's look at what it takes for a medical device to actually go into the market. The cost of a medical device to go into market, just to give you an idea, average ablation device would cost you about $77 million. This is like couple of years old data, but still, it's you can just do the conversion. We are already speaking in the order of a few hundred millions of rands in terms of taking one product into the market. Why is this is a point of concern? Is because we're going to have an excellent number of innovations, an excellent number of inventions. All of them get caught in the classical value of death, not being able to move forward if we do not have the ecosystem. And what is that ecosystem that we require? We require a complex ecosystem that works with one another. So to simplify it, let's start by bare minimum, simple basics. If we talk about medical devices, we need to have SAPRA manufacturing license. We need to have GMP and GCP certifications. We need to have ISO 9001 and ISO 13485 certifications that are required even though you're doing R&D. If you want your product to get out of your lab to get to the market, you need these in terms of getting it into the marketplace. And that actually opens up a real question in terms of how many of our universities and science councils are equipped to do this, just in medical devices space. And you can correlate this to other innovation spaces as well. Because if we are intentional about our innovation translation, we need to look at the footsteps that are required for this innovation to actually translate. And that leads me to show you some examples on how we have managed to get this over, right? And this is a slide that I like because all these are innovations from MedTech. We call this the head to toe of MedTech innovation, all developed by our own students and from my team, where we address multiple health issues with technological products on our side. And many of them are in the commercial space, many of them have failed, many of them are still in the process of crossing the bridge, crossing the chasm, but each one is a learning experience. If it fails, we have a great philosophy that we can convert that into a publication. But if it doesn't fail, let's make let's create jobs, let's make money, right? Let's see how that works. So before we even go into all of this, there is a fundamental differentiation that we need to understand. We, as the African population, have a very different geometry compared to the global north that we use as a Caucasian reference that we use in most of our studies. And in medical devices, it's a common thing that it's predominantly designed in the north and it does gets pushed down to the south. And we're not just making this up. We actually wanted to prove this because the implants that we were importing from north were failing constantly on South African population. And we did a study about this. We just did a comparison between how the humeral bone is different in the Caucasian population to African population. And as part of that study, we did extensive analysis of a set of data from the Swiss population and compared it directly against matched it and compared it against the South African population. What we found was that anatomically, the humeral head is very different in the African population compared to the Caucasian population. This was a published article, and what that led is to find out that when we use a very different anatomical peak points, it will lead to what is called a septic loosening and subsequently the failure of shoulder implants. This is just one example of one lab that is trying to do the work in that particular area. But we need to understand that it's not a set geometry that we are working with. And that is where it's important for us to differentiate ourselves, to go to the first principles of where we are starting with the design and converting that into what's useful solutions. And then, we developed this framework that is still being used as a reference for reverse total shoulder arthroplasty. And, that led us to multiple other publications that led to optimal placements of shoulder implants, and also going, if you're sensitive to not see the screen, we use cadavers to trial our innovations. It's also about surgical planning. The same surgical planning technique that is used for traditional reference geometry may not work for African geometry. So you got to relook into how you redesign your surgical planning tools. So we ended up designing a surgical planning tool that helped us to design a different mechanism of insertion points in a latissimus dorsi tendon transfer procedure, and we ended up creating something quite novel. But it's not just enough there. We also need to test, and to test our implants, again, there are specific ASTM guidelines that we need to follow, specific ISO standards that we need to follow, and we realized that we do not have these testing facilities in the whole continent. And there are only about a handful of these testing centers globally, and you will need to send it to them. And at a cost of few €100,000, you get these implants that you designed here to be tested. So we thought it's just too much of an effort. So we ended up making our own testing device in compliance with the ASTM standard. And this is the way that we can actually start building smaller testing and standardization mechanisms. What we also found is that our problems are also quite unique. Our problems are unique because the slide that you see speaks to you about gunshot injuries in shoulder, right? You might be wondering, gunshot happens in most countries. Why is it unique to South Africa? We actually have a very unique data set or very unique population group which gets affected by injuries in the scapula. Scapula is the shoulder blade just on the back, because people try to escape from getting hit from a gunshot. So when they run, they get shot on the shoulder blade. And we do not have, so this is very unique. But what we found is that the traditional plates that are used for fixing these gunshot injuries do not work for gunshot injuries like that happens in South Africa, because it's a high energy impact and the bone actually shatters. So in those cases, what we ended up doing is we created our own plates that based on multiple gunshot reference points, and we created our plates here, which can be customized to the patient and it can be used in that particular set. So I'm kind of reiterating that the geometry is not the same. So let's not assume that the geometry is the same. So when we go into doing with something as a base reference, check whether it is relevant to our context. And I want to go into slightly a different problem, which is the hair and skin problem, because the EEG devices, that we use for screening epilepsy, if you go to any of these EEG devices, you will notice that there will always be an outlier in terms of data that we secure from EEG studies, and it so happens that these outliers are always happen to be African data. The reason being that for you to have the electrodes that are placed on the scalp, it's very difficult for the African hair texture. So the electrodes need to be closely in contact with the skin to capture the data, but to capture the EEG. But because of the skin texture, the electrode gets pushed out. And because of it getting pushed out, the African data seems to be always an outlier, and we tend to have an extremely imbalanced diagnosis of epilepsy, right? What have we done about it? So we tend to check with the patients if they're okay with shaving a part of their hair. Some of them are very sensitive; they don't want to do that. So and also there is a big social stigma around epilepsy. A lot of people don't want to get diagnosed because it goes on their record permanently. So what we ended up doing, we partnered with Oxford. Oxford had this major project around epilepsy screening. We partnered with them and we created a solution that can actually move the hair, hold the electrodes in place, and get the EEG signals. Currently it's under trial. Why I'm mentioning this is, again, to say that our problems are unique, and we need unique solutions which are contextually relevant. And this contextually relevant solution may not be contextually relevant for somebody with a different type of hair coming from a global north. So we need to make sure that we understand the problem and the real reason why these problems are taking place. The disease burden. We have a unique disease burden around TB and HIV, and we have created some solutions around TB diagnosis. The reason why I'm mentioning this here is because some of our super spreaders of TB, we need to have their infectiousness index. And very often it happens to be something that they go into a specialty TB clinic and then they cough into this, the cascade system, and they wait for a few weeks for the culture to grow and see how that can, see whether they are actually infectious or not. But how often do you think a patient is going to give their, or come out of their daily wages job to come and do these testing? It's very limited. So we did a full review with some of the TB survivors, and then we found that it would be useful for them to use something in their day-to-day practice. They would like to take them with these kind of devices with them to do their trials. So we created a system where the patient can actually carry this. It's like a coffee cup. They cough into it, close it, retain it a couple of days, give it back to the clinic so that we can do the trial. Essentially, we also need to understand that the economics of things for getting tested is very different in a high resource setting to low resource setting. And similarly, the equipment, we had some designs for equipments that changes how we pick up pleural biopsy, which is quite a relevant case in TB as well. Why I'm mentioning this is because the burden is quite different as well. And now I want to go into speaking on some other innovations that actually have made impact, and what were the hurdles and what were the bottlenecks that we had to cross. And with any good intention that you want to do, I've always had thought that if I were to make a global impact, I have to put my solutions in open source. And I'm sure there are some noble-minded people who still think that way, but we realized that it's not a straightforward process. There are a couple, if not multiple, challenges on the route. Because just, one, when you put your innovations in open source, your tech transfer office is not going to be happy about it. But we are not allowed to do it because of the National IPR Act, because if there is a potential for job creation, you will have to declare it and get permission before you can actually put it into open source. And this is something that we learned as we went through this process of creating a crutch for myasthenia gravis. Myasthenia gravis is a neurological condition that affects eyelids. Eyelids droop. I can see some of the members in the audience who are getting eyelid drooping. I don't know if it's because of myasthenia gravis or heavy breakfast, but we tend to use it. The eyelid crutches helps them to lift their eyelids. And it's a progressive process, so at different point of the day, they will be able to elevate their eyelids. It's a very African problem. You might have seen in shopping complexes, if you observe people, you might have seen people with drooping eyelids. The real challenge is their eyelids close their visual axis. To avoid that, you will see people walking like this, so that the eyelids get a little elevated and they could see through. Or they will use a cap to pull their eyelids up. So we created this first 3D printed solution, very simple, so inspired from the Google Lens of the old days, something that you can universally clip onto any frame of glasses and put them on the eyelids. We wanted to make it open source because we thought that's the way that we can actually make impact. But then we realized NIPMO has its guidelines, National IPR Act has a guidelines, so we had to follow those guidelines to make sure that we get the approvals. Took about 6 months for us to get the approvals. Subsequently, this ended up becoming South Africa's first open source medical device, right? Why I'm saying this is because now this particular solution is being used in 17 different countries. Different parts of the world, people who cannot afford these, they reach us, they get a contract signed, and then they get their files. We ship the solutions to them, and they use it in different parts of the world. Why? It's always crossing that hoop. No, I didn't realize that open source was such a problem until we had to cross this hoop. I didn't realize contracting was such a big problem until we had to put this, because at the end of the day, you don't want a patient doing it wrongly and getting the university to be sued for it. So you need to have the indemnity in place. All these need to be taken into account. So the path of commercialization or translation is not just around the innovation or the invention. It's around figuring out all the various other missing gaps that will allow us to take further. So I'm going to shift gears. We were all through the stress test in 2020 during COVID, and where we had a big supply chain issue. And interestingly, we had major supplies coming from one particular country, and then we were blocked on multiple cases. So our team went on to develop multiple solutions, and this is where we realized how effective or how efficient a team of innovators can actually be, because we realized that proximity is key, to get all of these things done. And that's where I really like the cluster models that Unisa is proposing, because it's about getting the relevant players all together in the room. We found that in COVID, this was possible because almost everybody was available to do the kind of like-minded research to advance science during COVID. We designed some face shields, we designed some testing booths, we designed some ear loops for patients who are wearing, or even public who are wearing masks for a long time. These were significantly cost-effective solutions that we provided at a rapid pace. We're talking about a couple of days to deploy the first prototype to test, and then the second prototype to test, and third prototype to clinical validation. All this happened in a week or two. And as we were progressing, the visors that you see, we made it less than 10 runs, and we made about 56,000 of these distributed. Again, if distribution is not your cup of tea, partner with somebody who's already doing it. So Gift of Givers, we partnered with them, and they distributed across South Africa. The booths, we had PPE shortage, so clinicians had to change the PPEs every time they were testing a patient. So we designed these booths, and we deployed it in major hotspots so that clinicians didn't have to change as many PPEs as needed. So see where the problem is. That's an infrastructure, but it still solved the PPE crisis. The loop, we partnered with a company that is doing TB diagnostics to issue this for free. But why I'm mentioning this is innovation needn't necessarily be always complex. It can be very simple. If it solves the problem, that is what we are looking at. But on the other side, everybody started designing ventilators. So we also did our part in terms of designing ventilators. These are the various types of ventilators that we were building. And the final version of the ventilator that we were building had something of this sort, where it was a completely software-driven solution that could be used for not only the past pandemic, also for the future pandemic, with a very, very simple software upgrade. We had, it's by and large, I can say it very proudly that this is the most advanced South Africa-built ventilator. But that doesn't solve the problem, right? Okay, why I'm saying your technology solutions alone don't solve the problem. The one on the top left is the UC vent, which is the most advanced BPAP solution that we have. That is fully homegrown solution. When we actually took it to the clinics for deploying it in our clinics, the acceptance was almost zero. Not because it is coming from UCT or not because it is coming from South Africa. First of all, they asked us a question which we never thought about. We were busy designing and solving the problem, but we never thought about, which was about their current suppliers, some, I don't want to name the company, can offer 10 years of service maintenance. Can you do that? So far, we had been focusing on solving the problem, but we didn't look at what actually helps in making business decision, reimbursement decision. Of course, we are a university, we can't do that. Not that we have created this amazing solution, but we haven't solved the actual problem, right? We are creating more and more white elephants in our rooms. And how do we solve that? Okay, there are two ways. I can create the 10-year plan to get this out and deployed, or can I use what I've learned to create other solutions? What I've learned, or what we learned, is that solution alone solves only a certain percentage of the problem, which is about 20% or less. But there is a bigger case which actually has a commercial case, which is to do with sleep apnea. So we pivoted from what we learned from making an advanced CPAP solution, BPAP solution, into a solution that can be worked in sleep apnea. Just wondering, how many of you snore, or how many of you know of people who can snore, who does snore? You're a candidate for sleep apnea, get checked, right? Because sleep apnea is grossly underdiagnosed. And it can lead to hypertension, cardiovascular issues, etc. It's the same principle, but the use case changed completely. Now it's a commercial use case. Now private insurances are interested in this because they don't want a patient, with falling down with stroke, or they don't want a cardiovascular incident. So they would better screen them and deal them with sleep apnea devices than to having them to deal with the payment for a stroke rehab and etc. So if you have an innovation, and if that innovation doesn't make to the market, don't lose heart. If you have lost heart, that's like few million rands worth of investment that has gone in vain. But think about where other places that we can actually use, right? Then we partnered with CSIR in terms of clinical trial evaluation of the National Ventilator Project. I'm sure all of us are aware of this famous National Ventilator Project. The clinical evaluation of this ventilator was done in our center. We made 20,000 of these ventilators. What was the bottleneck? We didn't have trial protocols that are essential for ventilators that are approved by SAPRA. So we had to, again, think agile, create this trial protocol, and we tested not just the CSIR ventilator, up to 8 other ventilation solutions that were approved for emergency use were tested in our center because we were able to create that testing protocol. Again, saying product innovation is not the only thing. There are innovations that can happen in other places. In this case, it was a protocol innovation and then having a place to deploy that. This led us to contribute to last year publication on development of medical device policies in WHO. And this is a living case study. And if you are able to take something that is already useful and deploy it in your communities, the audience is global, right? So we can actually contribute to the global policies as such. And now I want to shift to things that worked and things that didn't work from a commercialization point of view, right? I want to start by saying that the reason why I came into doing medical devices is because, again, for making technology to be useful for patients who suffer with disability. And I always assume that it's going to be a straightforward process. Our first protocol was, our first device was something called a Rescribe. About 10 years back, we designed this device, which is a stroke rehabilitation device, which is used for handwriting therapy. When a stroke survivor, they lose their fine motor skills. So a occupational therapist will have to put their hand on and help them write using to regain their fine motor skills. We developed the solution. We had a startup that was running, and the solution was to use prosthetic, which is robotized, and that helps the patient's fingers to follow a pattern which will be otherwise how the handwriting therapist would actually work. Great, we got some solutions. We made it, at that time, we made it to work on a mobile phone, which was fantastic. The next was we were going to use it using iPad. We got several awards. We were presented at the parliamentarian committee, all that. But despite that, our innovation failed. Any guess why? Is it because it's a bad technology? It's probably, I'm still proud of this technology. It's a very good technology. You put your hand, it will help you write. You can write it on your iPad. It tracks and traces all that you want to do. It was not about the technology itself. We won an award that did a study on potential uses for this particular technology. And then we ended up realizing that the person who's going to authorize using this is occupational therapist and hand therapists. And at that point, they felt this will replace them. A formal interview with about 15 to multiple other hand therapists revealed a fact that we didn't even consider, that the actual users were intimidated by the technology, the potential of the technology. We were ahead of time. That's still not our problem. We didn't understand where it is actually going, who is going to make the final decision. The technology failed because we didn't understand the market dynamics. We didn't understand who's going to use it, who's going to authorize the payment of using this, right? It's not the technology per se, it's the ecosystem, the environment where it is going to be used was not clearly understood. It's a failure on our part, but it made us understand the future innovations better, right? So, if you don't fail, it's good that you get to start with failure, and then so that you can learn from it to go up. So innovation, you can't push technology for usage. Let's get that. If you have a machine learning algorithm, don't assume people will use it. There needs to be a demand that pulls that machine learning algorithm. If you make the next robotic hand, nobody will use it unless there is a demand for using it, or if you can create a demand for using that. So technology push will never work, and it's absolutely okay to fail because, as I was saying, we published a couple of articles. We are happy about that. But that's not enough, right? We want to create jobs. We want to create $1 million for individuals who are working on that. Moving, I want to show something that is successful. It's a depressing story so far. Let's move to, I'll close it with some successful stories. So, two individuals in the middle, both of them postgraduate students, working in my lab. Both of them embarked on two different innovation journey. Something told me that they need to be together. They can't be on their own. So I forced them to work together to share one salary split between the two. After a year, they ended up becoming good friends, and they started a company, and they took both their innovations to the market. The first innovation is easy squeezy, right? Have you ever used a PMDI, asthma inhaler pump, PMDI, the asthma pump? Does anybody have an asthma pump in the audience? If you get to see one, try to activate it with your little finger, right? Because you always use it like this, right? Or like this. But try to use it with your little finger. That's precisely how much of strength a 5-year-old child will have. And can you imagine if our asthma pumps are designed for that? Not. So what ends up happening is that the children don't use it, or they'll have to go against a wall to use it. it creates a lot of stigma, and the compliance becomes lower and lower. We saw that it was not the children who are suffering because of this, it's the parents, because they need to take the children to hospital visits because of non-compliance, and they lose the day's earning, etc. So we created a solution that is an add-on to an existing inhaler. Again, in some cases, choose your battles. Do you want to create an inhaler that with low force? Because then it's a pharmaceutical product. That's a whole different ballgame. What we ended up designing was an assistive device to an inhaler. So what it does is that you open your inhaler sleeve, you load your any standard inhaler into it, and you use, instead of vertical forces, you use horizontal clipping, and use the mechanical advantage that you get from the bunny ear, and that makes it significantly different. From 40 newtons, it reduces the load to 8 newtons. So now anyone who's above 5 will be able to use this particular solution. Currently, we have sold at least more than 20,000 units of this to major, and you can also see it in clicks. It's a very simple innovation that has actually hit the market with a major commercial success on it. Again, solve the problem and choose your battle. If it could have been very easy for us to create the whole PMDI device, with easier to get to activate. But there are thousands of PMDI manufacturers, inhaler manufacturers. Do you want to compete with them, or do you want to partner with them? And also, the other problem is the stigma. Children do not want to use it because it still looks like a medical device, right? We introduce cartoon characters on it to make it a collectible. Now children like it, they love it, they want to use the different characters. The potential is for us to partner with Avengers or Disney, so we can introduce Disney characters on it. Why I'm saying this is, the real problem is the stigma and non-compliance by the children, and the actual problem of force. If you can solve it, the commercial route is quite different. I want to introduce another solution, which is now in post-clinical trial, which is adrenaline autoinjector, epinephrine autoinjector. If you have heard about the solution called EpiPen in the market, EpiPen, adrenaline autoinjector. Okay, for those who are as old as me, if you remember Pulp Fiction movie, do you remember Pulp Fiction movie? You remember the injection scene? Yeah, adrenaline gets injected, Truman gets rescued. That's precisely what happens when a patient goes into anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a condition where the autoimmune response get triggered because of allergy. It could be peanuts, it could be bee sting, any of those things. And you need adrenaline administration in about 15 minutes or so to ensure that the airways keep opening. And we found that the ones in the market are couple of $100 for a pair, but that's not the problem. By the time it actually reaches South Africa, the medicine inside that EpiPen has a validity of only 18 months. So by the time it reaches South Africa, it has already lost 12 months of its validity. So you're going around with a 6 months validity of epinephrine injection, and it may happen that you end up not using it between that time period at all. So we saw this problem because every 18 months you have to spend $200 to $300 on this. We solved this problem. Instead of actually extending the validity of the medicine, which is not our domain, we created a reloadable system, an intramuscular injector with a reloadable vial that will allow you to basically, every time the medication expires, you replace it with new medication and the shell remains intact. What's the cost of the cartridge? $10 or 150 rands. Instead of paying 2,000 to 3,000 rands, you rechange it to a value that is much, much more usable. But now you're also saving the amount of waste that goes with the device of this sort. Again, it's quite important to understand which kind of problem that you're going to solve. We have multiple patents on this, and with a use case of adrenaline, we had to do a first-in-human trial. This is just completed. We had to get a FDA approval for doing this, and the clinical study is published. going so far so well. And I'll start with this example. I know I'm probably running out of time. So hysteroscopy, right? So flexible hysteroscopy is a process or a procedure where, a gynecological procedure where a patient gets screened on their uterine cavity, and we end up using something like this, rigid hysteroscope. And there are a couple of problems here. One, to get to use this hysteroscope, you have to wait for 6 months in an average hysteroscopic clinic. So 6 months of waiting period in a public sector. Second, to use the scope, this is a rigid scope that is used in most of our public sector. To use the scope, the patient will have to be put under general anesthesia. So the patient will need access to the surgical theaters to do the hysteroscopy procedure. So what is the problem here? Why does the patient need to be put under general anesthesia? The scope is rigid, and because the scope is rigid, it's extremely painful to navigate into the uterine anatomy. And because it is extremely painful, the patient is put under general anesthesia, right? This is the problem. And because of that, because there is a need for the ICU usage, because of the need for anesthesiologist usage, and because of the outdated technology that we use, we are delaying diagnosis of potential cervical cancers or uterine cancers by 6 to 12 months. And that's not acceptable, because in 6 to 12 months, that can actually be a life-threatening situation. So how did we solve this problem? We saw the biggest bottleneck was not really this solution itself, it was the pain, right? It was the pain that the patient actually suffers. So how can we resolve that? So we went on to create a flexible hysteroscopy. We call it FlexiGyn. And how does this work? We used, all of you are aware of smart materials, nitinol wires, nitinol rings or springs. We used a combination of that is where our patent is. But we created the solution that is less than 4.5 millimeter in thickness. And what it actually does is it can navigate through the uterine cavity with a local anesthesia. So just as for demonstration, so as you can see, that's the tip with the camera and lens. It goes into the uterus, it goes into the uterine cavity. It can actually see what's happening inside. And you can pick if there is a polyp, if there is any abnormality, and if there is any biopsy needed in that particular case. So moving from what was in ICU situation, because we were able to address the pain point literally, we changed it to what it can be in a gynecology practice. In a consultation, one can actually do it with an administration of local anesthesia. And sometimes it's quite important that we understand the patient flow of things to see where we can solve the problem. So the solution ended up winning the Royal Academy of Engineering Innovation Prize, second from South Africa, first from UCT. And it's also currently in multiple other innovation cycles, multiple other awards. Again, these are my students who went up to start these companies and very successful in these companies. I'll not go with more examples. I'll just go to the final conclusion slide. This is the sleep apnea solution that I was talking about, and how we managed to solve this particular problem. All this information is available on our website as well. You feel free to look into it. I just want to conclude my talk by saying that innovation, needs an ecosystem, and I think we need to look broadly into the aspects of innovation. And if we really want to make an impact, we need to think about not just the big problems to solve, all the small problems in the way to solve. So, just by solving the big problem alone, you might not be able to navigate the endpoint. You also need to go through that whole notion. We run a Science to Society podcast. If you're interested, have a look at it. We also exhibit regularly during the science forums, and there's some familiar faces there, not me, somebody else. Some of our graduates. Just to mention, all this was possible because of these graduates that we produce constantly, and funders. And I just want to conclude by saying constraints are not limitations. It actually allows us. In fact, if we, the reason why we are so creative is because of the constraints that in which we live. The reason why we are so frugal in all our approach is because of the limited budget that we have. We come out with solutions. Africans are very, very strong in creating innovative solutions. And with that, our unit has been able to produce about 100,000 devices, make 5 successful companies, create 25 new jobs. The company is valued over 235 million. That's the graduates who actually have been successful in this whole space. And I think it's a call from the other campus to say I'm over my time. I'm just kidding. But just saying turning constraints into cure together is the mission. And most important thing, my last slide, Warren, the most important thing is that if it is made in Africa, it doesn't need to be of compromised quality. Let's get that out of our mind. It has to be world standard. It has to be Africa standard. We need to make that, it has to be interoperable. And very often we can kind of get it misplaced that it is okay to have a lower quality standard in Africa, but it's definitely not. We definitely have to make sure that if it is made in Africa, it means it is made of global standard, it is made of African standard. With that, I would like to thank, and just to highlight, that's the Hospital of Hope. If you remember, in Cape Town, there was a big Hospital of Hope. All the nurses are using the PPEs that we designed in our laboratories. And the president, he seemed happy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Unisa.
Thank you very much, Professor Sivaraso. We're actually really running out of time, but I have to make one comment. I see both myself and the other program director are both candidates for the sensors that actually goes onto the head for the epilepsy, like what that. But I would like to take perhaps one question if we can have one. Over there, can somebody bring the mic?
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you, Professor Dash, for the work that you've done and the contribution. I actually have a number of questions that I will try to just limit them to one or two. I also like that you put emphasis on the need for us to focus on solving African problems and so on. And I also see that your research is directed towards solving problems, and that is it. And that does not stop you from having publications out there and increasing citations, which is something that sometimes we miss, that you focus on solving a problem. When we do that, citations, publications come, policy brief, and so on. So I think that is very inspiring about your work. I just want to find out if you also focus on communities or the elder class, because they also have issues around health and so on. So I'm not sure if in your strategy, we also try to not forget about our communities to bring solutions and so on. And one last question, I want to find out from you, what values you instilled in you when you were young, that today you are able to say with your time, with your energy, with your efforts, you want to focus on solving African problems, and that will then assist the students in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That is an amazing question, and I'll try to answer it precisely. I know Warren is staring at me. No, just kidding. I also fell in the classical trap, where in the early part of my career, I was pretty much focusing on solving the problem, and I assumed that solving the problem alone and getting a few patents alone will get me up in my academic ladder, and it didn't happen, right? So in a way, the academic due diligence is extremely important in terms of publishing your stories in peer-reviewed, sources. That creates a lot of credibility to the work that you're actually doing. So I can say that my Easy Squeezy is the best solution out there. but has it been peer reviewed by independent personnel? Has it been peer reviewed by a panel that is actually worthy or who has the credibility to authorize that? So we actually learned it in the process of translation that as much as we solve the problem, we also need to document the problem solving itself. So in addition to creating our own journal publications about the engineering due diligence that we do, the clinical due diligence which are done by the clinicians, we don't get to be part of that study, but we actually get the clinicians to run it independently so that they can report both if it is working or not working, right? So that's in a way that we have actually tried to get around the trap of not publishing, which tends to happen in many academic situations. And I used to be part of that particular group as well. The other part, in terms of involving the communities, we started at the origin of the problem itself. So core design is the principle of everything that we do. So we have communities. In medical devices, it's slightly different. Your community, very often we think that patients are the users of these devices, but in most cases, patients are beneficiaries of these devices. The actual users are the clinicians. So the clinicians, if you don't get a clinician to authorize you to use this lens, you can't use it, right? Of course, you can pick your reading glasses up. If you can't use a cardiovascular strength that is not approved by a clinician. So we go to the bare first principles of who is the actual user. And in this case, in medical devices, the users ends up becoming the clinicians, and we tend to focus on them in the core essential process. So our whole entire frugal biodesign process is around clinician-centered innovation. It doesn't rule out the patients out of the equation. There is a whole process that we follow around the usability with patients, and specifically to see if the designs can actually be varied. So we also run something called a SUM design workshop. So this SUM design workshop is where we identify some of our community-related problem. SUM design is social medical design problem workshop, where we go into the community, identify what the problems are in the community, and look into ways of solving it using medical and design principles. So we call it SUM design. And we've seen very often the involving community at a very early stage in the core design cohorts is extremely helpful in breaking our perceptions. I'll tell you another example, because Warren mentioned about the cap for epilepsy, right? One of the bigger challenges that the Oxford team had faced was the initial prototype that they developed, and when they tried to deploy it in Kenya, a specific example in Kenya was the community did not actually use the technology. They had a fear for using the technology. Not because they had a fear about this will give a shock or something. It was simply because the cap was white in color. Guess what is the reason? Because in that particular community, white signifies death. A white cap signifies death, right? We didn't know it until we took it to the community. All that it required was to change the color of the cap from white to black, and the community started using it like this, right? And sometimes we underestimate what the communities can actually contribute, and we assume that we know everything, and it's an absolute no-go. So core design at the very first stage is quite crucial in this whole exercise. Lastly, about my personal journey, why I chose to be in this. There is a very inspiring, there was this academic professor, my mentor, who always used to say, let my brain heal your pain. I don't know how that's going to work, right? So I always got fascinated when he said this, and I thought, there should be some way that my brain should be able to help in people's pain, and not literally in pain, it's across the board, making their life activities of daily living better. And the primary reason, as I started by saying, I wanted to be in rehab engineering because when I see people struggle to movement or walking or disability, it just pains me. So that was the first inspiration. But I also realized that there is no commercial opportunity in that particular space. Our first, rehab solution failed to attract investments. Until date, all our open source solutions fail to attract investments. Whereas when there is an IP, when there is an intellectual property, any form of IP, patents, or any form of know-hows that we have, it's easy to attract investments. So we got to balance these two. So we have about 1/3 of our innovation portfolio, which is focused on assistive technologies, which is completely funded from my discretionary grants. Because till date, we struggle to raise money for that, right? And it's you can see it across the world. It's a problem unless you get supported from the veteran group or something like that, where there is a specific interest. But it's also beyond that. It's also about making sure that we have our intentions lined up. For this case, till date, we are supplying the ptosis crutches, the eyelid crutches, free of cost. We're not charging the patient, because how much it makes for us to build one of these devices and to ship? Probably about 200 rands. But that saves a person's entire day, if not months, if not years, of their pain, right? You again choose your battle. Is 200 rand bigger, or that person's quality of life better, is seen as bigger? So we ended up publishing that, and the incentives that we got, minor incentives that we got from that, we used it for reimbursing the cost for making those devices. So it's about creatively managing that situation, and it's not a lot of money that we are looking at. The face shields that you saw, how are we able to make it to less than 10 rand per unit during COVID? Because everything was in lockdown, right? We had to be creative about that particular situation. So we partnered with a printing company which was out of job. Nobody was printing as much as we do now during COVID. And then we partnered with a mattress company because the mattresses were not selling out. People were not buying new mattresses. So we got the foam from mattresses company. We partnered with a clothing company to get the elastics. And then we employed 10 unemployed women to do this process for us. They were very happy that they could work during COVID lockdown. We got permits for them to work, and we made it like batch production. We got 10,000 of these foams cut from our industry, bought it in, chopped elastics, sheets made to the size, and then as in a batch process, you get one to do in sequence. One putting on the foam, the other putting on the sticker, the other putting on the elastic. By that, we were able to produce at least 1,000 units every single day. Collectively, we were able to reduce the cost to less than 10 rands a unit. So very often, if we had to do it independently, it would have cost me 70 to 80 rand per unit. So it's about creatively managing that process as well, and seeing where the need is and who will be able to work with you in that particular scenario. I hope that answered a little bit. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you very much.
And then I'll wrap up.
All right, so thanks for that presentation. A lot of us.
Inspiration. I really enjoyed it.
All right, there's a lot for us to think about and reflect upon. I think we all as academics grew up with publish or perish. But if you're in the game of innovation, you might have to defer the publication. There's probably a need for us to think about how we involve social scientists in our practice, if they are the people who understand society and how behavior can be impacted. We have to rethink the marriage between higher education, with specifically universities and maybe the TVET sector, and universities of technology. So if these students are the untapped resource, I was just thinking about, this whole issue around wheelchairs. If we can train young kids to become wheelchair technicians, we are creating jobs, and at the same time, we're solving problems. So we need to figure out how we bring TVET colleges, universities of technology into the mix, into the thinking, and I'm glad to pick up that in this room, there's nobody snoring. So thank you for our first session. We're going to unfortunately have to try and keep to time because there might be online participants. So I'm going to give you 14 minutes exactly to stretch your legs and grab a cup of tea. If you could be back here at 11:25, so when we start our parallel sessions, of course, looking at our first two niche areas. Marine studies will happen here, and then aviation will be offered at the science campus, and then we will stream between the two venues. So let's take a quick break, stretch your legs, and we'll be back at 11:25 promptly. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, here in the Senate Hall, we will continue with our first niche area, which is marine studies. And for those delegates who would like to attend the aviation and aeronautical studies session at the Science Campus, you are required or requested to go to Exam Hall 1. So the in-person event happens at the Science Campus, and then we broadcast to Exam Hall number 1. So for marine studies, we are talking about inclusive science and innovation for sustainable ocean and maritime futures. And it's now my privilege and pleasure to hand over the microphone for this session to Professor Godwell Nahamo, Acting Head, Institute for Sustainability and Corporate Citizenship, College of Economic and Management Sciences at the University of South Africa. Sir, the floor is yours. You will be chairing this session and will be introducing and inviting the panelists to join him on stage.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know why you're starting by clapping for me. You need to clap when I'm finished. I see even some of my panelists, maybe they could still be outside. Anele, you know Paramount Chief Arendse? Go and find him, and he's with Leah there, and so that they should be somewhere, because they were here just now. Right. I don't know, were you given my brief presentation? Did Virginia forward my brief presentation to you? Because without that presentation, then I'm dead. Oh, the screen, I can actually hook my laptop as well here. But you know, this laptop does not behave like yours. It needs a Type-C. I told Tech and Kurunye to give us. Let me see. Move.
Yeah.
Move again. No, that's not the one. But anyway, do you have a Type-C connector here? If you don't have, we'll do with what we have. Type-C connector. Type-C connector. Okay, you don't have a Type-C connector. Let me just shift the computers then, maybe load on that one.
Anybody have the Type-C adapter?
Don't worry. We'll just load it in there.
People who have Macs?
So I'm trying to open.
Don't worry. We'll go this route. Tech, we're in 4IR. We need that that equipment always present. Otherwise, then you're going to run into matters where we get delayed. Don't worry. I'll just use this one.
So who's going to use it? Yeah,
yeah, I've tried to lessen your burden. Okay, thank you. This is quite interesting because my panelists decided to disappear. Tandeka can come whilst you're waiting for the other 3 panelists. They are developing cold feet. But whilst they are coming, I would then try to just quickly run through what is going to be happening in this session. So this session, basically, we are looking at, as what has been introduced, the main theme for this Catalytic Niche Area Symposium is catalytic thinking. Is catalytic thinking? Oh, they say it's the mic. The main theme for this symposium is catalytic thinking, impactful outcomes. And the sub-theme for our session is inclusive science and innovation for sustainable ocean and maritime futures. And in this session, as has been introduced, we have got 4 panelists. I'll start by introducing the one that have come. Like I said, they were here just now. I don't know where they've decided to go. Oh, Glory can come. The other one is here. So I'm finding them one by one. The other 2 are coming. We have got 4 panelists. We have got Tande Kambambo, who is with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment. This is a national department, and she's specifically from Oceans and Coasts. Then we have coming to the stage is Ms. Glory Semenya, who is a Director, Maritime Infrastructure Planning and Freight Logistics from the Department of Transport. We have Paramount Chief Arendse, who is one of the Paramount Chiefs in Saldanha Bay, one of the tribes there. And we have Leah Kodom, who is a Project Manager, Jacob's Ladder, South Africa, and also representing the youth. The manner in which we have constituted this panel was to, number 1, include people that we are working with as Unisa. Number 2, then include communities that we are working with in the deep rural areas of South Africa. Leah is actually coming from all the way from Matsikama. Matsikama is about 321 kilometers from Cape Town. So we are working there as Unisa with Matsikama municipality. Then, like I indicated, our Paramount Chiefs are coming from Saldanha Bay, which is another municipality we are working with. Basically, the Marine Studies Group, which I'm leading at Unisa, is working with the West Coast District Municipality because of other programs that we are working with, and of course, what has been announced earlier on. And of course, Ms. Semenya is here in Pretoria with the Department of Transport. Now, the manner in which we are going to be moving is drawing from how we consider the catalytic niche area for marine at Unisa. So the catalytic niche area for marine studies, we are saying it has to be embedded, or other catalytic niche areas need to be embedded in other in marine. So we can't speak about marine studies, maritime studies, coastal research without talking about energy, without talking about women, without talking about students, without talking about aviation, without talking about other catalytic niche areas that are there. So when you're considering marine as a catalytic niche area, know that if you're interested in gender, you've got space there. If you're interested in aviation, you've got space there. If you're interested in energy, you've got space there. So but we are not trying to swallow other catalytic niche areas into marine. So I know there's a lot of confusion. People think our group is trying to swallow other catalytic. No. So we are saying it's a model that you can also use in your area. So if you're talking about energy, you can't fail to talk about marine. If you're going to talk about energy, you can't fail then to talk about Bosadi studentship. So this is actually a model that you can also adapt, which we are using. So a lot of our research then links to the other catalytic niche areas. But of course, I'm blamed for saying marine is the mother of all catalytic niche areas. Now, in terms of the format of the panel, we have divided this panel. Each panelist to be given some 15 minutes to talk about 3 issues. But of the 3 issues, some of them are major, some are minor. So we'll give them about 1 to 2 minutes to talk about briefly what their organization is doing. Then, of course, they've been each given a main area to address, which we'll see in the next slides, with about 8 to 10 minutes. Then, of course, we are saying they must leave Unisa, each of them, They must leave Unisa with 20 areas of top priority research. So each of the panelists to give us 5 areas that they think Unisa need to research, or they think they need to partner with Unisa to do that. Then there's going to be like 30 minutes, depending on time, where we can have an open session, and I hope maybe one of my Paramount chiefs will be here to open that session. Paramount Chief Carmen Rogers. She's not, I think, in the congregation now. If she comes, then just let me know. Then, of course, guess what? I have got a present for somebody who just excites me. So you have to excite the session chair. If you can't excite the session chair, I won't give you the present. So I've got the discretion of saying, okay, what you raised I think makes sense to me or resonates with me. Here is the present to take home. Now, we are hoping that by the end of this session, we have clearly identified focus research and innovation areas, prioritize some of the areas, and possibly have a roadmap. Now, here's the main questions that they are going to address in this order. So, my Paramount Chief, please, you are going to start, but remember what you do in everyday life. Then this is the main question or the focus. We want to gather views regarding indigenous people and fisher communities' engagement with the ocean and maritime matters or resources, including sustainability. Then, Glory Semenya, your focus, the main focus, they want you to give us the views regarding the ports management in South Africa. I think this one is not strange to us because Cape Town, Port of Cape Town, has been ranked the worst port in the world. So if, this is quite interesting. If that port is ranked among the worst in the world, then it means we need solutions. So I'm hoping, Gloria, this is going to be interesting for you to say, what are you going to be talking about this? Because we need business. We need to revamp that. And I've already seen movement. There's a private actor coming there in the port of Cape Town. Now, I don't talk fiction here. Here, I don't talk fiction. I talk what is on the ground. So what is on the ground, the port is already being subjected to private entity partnerships, PPPs that are going to come. Then also, Leah, we want you to outline to us views regarding youth empowerment with ocean and maritime matters, resources, and sustainability. And lastly, but not least, Thandeka, you are going to give us mainly views regarding ocean resources, sustainability, utilization, and policy matters. You see, these are from our people from government. So we want to hear what they are thinking about this. So this is actually how the session is going to play out. And I'm now going to leave this slide there for now, so that they can come. I don't know whether they want to come to the podium or you want to talk from there. There's a mic. I'm sure if you press. They say you're going to use a roving mic. I'm going to take my seat and we'll start with our Paramount Chief. Thank you. Yeah, they can sit. They say they can sit. I'm sure Tech wants me to stop this so that they can beam.
Testing. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Professor Kwadwell Namo, Acting Vice Principal, Professor Mpumkwepe, and distinguished academics and fellow panelists. I sit before you representing the West Coast Karigurikwa, the people from Saldanha, and the West Coast. It's on the West Coast of South Africa, as far west as you can go. I find it funny because this morning I told someone that I'm from Saldanha and they asked, is in the Eastern Cape, so I'm just used to being in the Western Cape that I just assume that people know that, but being in Gauteng, I just want to say it's on the West Coast. So I represent the people of Saldanha. Chief Carmen Rogers will be here later, and she's also from the West Coast, and that is where our ancestors come from. I'm a bit of a researcher myself, and I've researched my family and other people in Saldanha as well, and we are all family in Saldanha, in the West Coast to a large extent, and we were the indigenous fisher folk of the area, going back centuries, millennia. But currently, the West Coast is defined by a paradox. I'd like to say that. Myself, daily life doesn't really revolve around academic, abstract literature. Our daily reality is defined by crisis management. Our office, every day, is filled with grievances, small-scale fishers who've been structurally locked out. By locked out, I mean we can't use the ocean anymore. We are being barred from using the ocean that we have lived off for all these years. Youth population is actually drifting into poaching due to this, and gangsterism, drugs, and that's because the heritage. You see, fishing is more than just the occupation, it's our heritage. And that is being taken away from us by, they're prohibiting us from, how can I put it? They're prohibiting us from living the way we used to live. Okay. We daily confront the anxiety of a people who feel that they are facing a slow, calculated erasure. Our culture, our language, and our identities have evolved out of the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet today we find ourselves treated as trespassers on our own soil. We are told to adapt to rapid coastal developments and national frameworks, but these frameworks do not see our people. They look right through us. There's a thing called blue economy in the geography of inclusion, right? The sub-theme of this session is called Inclusive Science and Innovation for Sustainable Ocean and Maritime Futures. I must ask this room directly, who is the future inclusive of? We must look at the hard facts and undeniable data from our hometown of Saldanha. You see, Saldanha is the undisputed crown jewel of South African aquaculture. Nearly 100% of this country's commercial mussel industry is located in our bay. More than 50% of the entire nation's oyster industry is cultivated right in our waters. Yet, the collective percentage of ownership held by the traditional indigenous descendants of Saldanha Bay, the people whose ancestors stewarded these waters for millennia, do you know how much do we own? I can give it to you in numbers or percentage. The answer will be the same, 0. And that's not an accident history, it's a geographic blockade. The wealth of our bay is extracted by outside interests, while the poverty is left behind for people to inherit. So I went and I did a study, and we found that nobody of the owners of the mussel industry, the mussel farms in Saldanha, and none of the owners are from Saldanha or the West Coast. When I talk about the West Coast, I'm just talking about the 7 towns surrounding Saldanha Bay in the Saldanha Bay municipality. So if we were to do this in other coastal areas, we must make sure that the people of those coastal areas' interests are taken into consideration first, if we should continue. Okay. Another thing is, if you walk the coastline of Saldanha Bay, you will find a physical wall built between the people and the sea. From Danger Bay, which is basically Tabak Bay, all the way around to Wikis Bay Hotel. Our historical survival grounds have been entirely commodified and restricted. You see, you get the Navy, SA Navy, then you get Transnet, and then you get Sea Harvest. It's large companies, but it's not really benefiting our people. Sea Harvest reaping millions from, entities like Sea Harvest are reaping millions and not billions of marine resources. enterprises like Transnet managing industrial ports and then SAS Saldanha are occupying prime coastal land. They are in our town using our environment, altering our demographics and restricting our movement. Yet the local population are not prospering at all. They are not benefiting. You see, our children, you see, Saldanha is not really a place, like, it's not, everyone is not academically inclined. A lot of people, a lot of kids will drop out of school, and they've been doing it for years. What they did back in the day is they went to the sea with their fathers, and they continued to trade. But due to the permit allocations, they can't do that anymore. So what they do, they resort to poaching. And that's another sacrifice that people have to put up with, because poaching, drugs, that was never present in our towns. So it's just another reality. So the traditional pathway was cut off. And but the traditional way of getting the food is cut off, but the people are still hungry. So I can't really blame them, even though it's not right. It's a war of resources, but that is an artificial crisis. It's created by the policies that prioritizes corporate balance sheets over indigenous human lives. We have no plan B. We can't just relocate to a different part of the country. The coast is our home. So if Unisa wishes to pioneer true innovation, the research must stop validating the status quo and start dismantling systemic exclusion. So my challenge to Unisa is to adopt the following 5 urgent research directives. Okay. So I spoke to the people of Saldanha, the West Coast, and we've agreed on these 5 points. Directive 1 would be the structural exclusion and community equity models in high-value aquaculture. Unisa must investigate the systemic barriers that have resulted in 0% local indigenous ownership in Saldanha's mussel and oyster sectors. We need research that designs mandatory, legally binding community trust frameworks so that local collectives hold equity and direct ownership in the maritime wealth generation of its own base. I'm not only talking about Saldanha, I mean, I'm certain in other towns it's happening in the same ways. So we must take the local people into consideration, please. Directive 2, industrial footprints, coastal zoning and traditional access corridors. We request an immediate socio-economic impact assessment on how entities like Transnet CRs in Saldanha, SAS Saldanha restrict traditional access from Danger Bay to Ricky's Bay. Like I want to say again, it's not only happening in Saldanha, access is being restricted all over South Africa and the coastal towns. Unisa must innovate urban and maritime planning frameworks that mandate traditional access corridors, ensuring that corporate or state zoning can never legally strip an indigenous community of its historical survival grounds. To me, I akin this to imagine you have your cattle and someone else is farming it and rearing it and grazing on your own land, and you have no benefit from it. It's the same way for us. Directive 3 would be the socio-economic friction of national versus regional unemployment, employment equity targets. The current employment equity laws apply national demographic profiles blanketly around the country. Unemployment is a huge concern on the West Coast because there is development happening and it's not a bad thing. The thing is, our kids, because they are not really schooled in those industries, they're only used to the marine side of Saldanha. They're not really schooled on those things. They need the training and all of that stuff. So they don't get chosen, so they bring in other people from other towns and neglect the people of Saldanha once again. It's happening all over. But it makes us feel excluded. So when a development happens, there's no excitement. We don't expect to be chosen or to reap any benefits from it anymore. That's how miserable people become. And I can't blame them because it's the reality of what's happening. So on the West Coast, how can I put it? The unemployment equity targets, it's not, they don't take the region into consideration, take the national numbers into consideration, and that also is another barrier, because it is another thing that's setting our people back. So this creates severe local tension, making traditional locals feel excluded from employment opportunities in their towns by an influx of newcomers. We need Unisa to research regionalized, localized demographic models for EE targets that protects the employment rights of historic localized populations. Directive 4 would be restorative justice frameworks for small-scale fishing policies. The current small-scale fisheries policy is being bogged down by bureaucratic red tape and inaccessible permit processes that favor industrial commercial fleets. Unisa must research and co-design a simplified community-governed quota allocation system that decriminalizes traditional subsistence fishing and transforms traditional seafaring skills into legal, thriving micro-enterprises. Yeah. We have tried to engage with departments of forestry and fisheries, and it is not, I'm not trying to take anyone on here, but in the end of the day, it was always the same answer, which is no answer. They engaged with us in the beginning, but if you think you make some progress, there's always an end to all communications. And I just want them to keep the communication lines open. We don't want any protests anymore. We don't want to do that. It's not, we don't feel that it's necessary. If we can just sit and discuss it openly with the people. So open discussions with the small-scale fishers themselves would be beneficial for you guys and for us. Integrating indigenous knowledge systems into marine conservation. The true inclusive science cannot ignore the people who kept the ocean sustainable for thousands of years before modern regulations existed. Unisa must document and validate the historical conservation methodologies of the Khoi and San people and traditional West Coast fishers, creating a hybrid model where modern marine biology works with indigenous knowledge, rather than weaponizing conservation to lock locals out. We know conservation is important, but if it restricts the people who is actually part of the conservation, who should be conserved as well, then it can never be a good thing. See, distinguished guests, sustainability cannot just be about protecting the fish. It must be about protecting the human beings who are symbiotically tied to those fish. If your science does not include the survival of our culture, then it's not inclusive, it's extractive. I'm not asking for handouts. We just want our access restored, our heritage respected, and our rightful share in economic wealth of our own towns. We look forward to seeing Unisa using its immense research power to help us turn the tide. Thank you, Kegangans. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair, Prof. All protocol observed. Yes, I work for the Department of Transport, of which is responsible to develop the policies and the legislation to govern the transportation, including sea transportation, which we call it maritime. And then we are governed by domestic legislation as well as international legislation. Domestically, it's all about our constitution, it's all about the National Development Plan, following the priorities in terms of job creations, and then environmental sustainability as well. And then since the maritime is an international competency, that's the reason why we are also governed by the international laws. As we all understand that we have one sea, the whole world, but the regions and the countries are sharing that one resource, that one sea. So we do have the International Maritime Organization, which is the agency of United Nations. And then this agency is responsible to develop the rules for maritime safety, security, environmental protection, so that they can ensure the seamless sea transportation. For example, if the ship is delayed somewhere in Russia, and then that ship maybe is destined to come to South Africa. If maybe after Russia is going to visit a number of ports in different countries, so it's good to have standardized regulations so that will ensure efficient and effectiveness of the sea transportation. So as South Africa, we are also, I can say we are blessed because geographically we are located at the strategic level. Because if maybe there are some issues happening in other regions, so if there are challenges, like for example now we know the issues of the Ukraine, Iran, and USA. So when there were issues at the Strait of Hormuz, so there were diversion of the ships to our ports. So it's the issue that Prof was talking to, the issue of efficiency and effectiveness. Hence, as South Africa, we are ensuring that internationally our port systems are competitive. And then what we do as the country, after the International Maritime Organization has developed the convention, and then we have to domesticate them into South African law so that we'll be able to implement them and to ensure the compliance of these international ships that they will be passing through our waters. And then I'm going to talk about two issues here. I'm going to talk about especially looking at the area of research. I'm going to talk about the decarbonization and digitalization. So the convention that is coming from IMO in terms of decarbonization, we call it a MAPOL. And then as South Africa, we've already domesticated, we do have a Marine Pollution Prevention, Oil Pollution from Ships Act. And then in this act, the act has a number of annexures. Annexure 1 deal with the prevention of pollution from the oil from the sea transportation. And then number 2, noxious liquid substances in bulk. Number 3, harmful substance in packaged. 4, sewage. 5, garbage. And then annexure 6 is the one that talks about decarbonization. And then as the country we are ready, we've already domesticated that. So decarbonization in terms of the regulation from IMO perspective, IMO sets the limits on air pollutants and greenhouse gas emission from ships. So as South Africa, for us to be more effective and efficient within our port system, we have to ensure that we comply with a MAPOL Annexure 6. So the other convention that I'm going to talk about is the one that talks to digitalization. It's called FAL Convention. It encourages ports to implement marine single window system. And then I'm just going to talk about where we are as the country in terms of these two major topics. So the IMO as well, they have a number of committees. The committee that is more responsible for GHG strategy is called Marine Environmental Pollution Committee. And then the meetings are in London. So South Africa is a member state of IMO. So in terms of compliance, we ensure that we attend to those meetings together with our entities, because you know that as a government, our role is to ensure the issues of the implementation and development of the policies and legislation. But our entities are the ones that do with ensuring that they are operationalized. And then we do have our TNPA, Transnational Ports Authority, that deals with, is like a landlord of the port systems. And then we also have the South African Maritime Agency that deals with the safety issues. We call it SAMSA. And then we also have the economic regulator that regulates the prices that TNPA is charging for the port operations. And then what we do as South Africa, because IMO now wants us to be ready by 2050. By 2050, IMO is looking for net zero targets. So meaning our port system must be ready by that time. And then the strategy is talking about the frameworks for reducing the greenhouse gas emission from international shipping. And then the strategy as well gives the policy direction and the guiding principles. And then IMO is also responsible to assist the member states for building the capacity. And then in terms of the technology cooperation and also research, innovation and alternative fuels. So there are some countries that are busy doing the research. So meaning as UNISA, if you can do a research that is more related to decarbonization, and that research, after it has passed all the approval process, it can be shared with the Department of Transport. And the department will take that paper and present it at the IMO so that other member states, they can learn how South Africa has researched. There are a number of countries that have already submitted their research at the IMO. IMO is made out of 174 countries. Even the landlocked countries are members of the IMO. For example, our Botswana, they don't have ocean, but trade is coming through the sea transportation. So we'll be happy, Prof, if we can also get that, so that we can be proud as well as African country to go to the international forum and also present our paper for other countries also to learn how to implement the strategy. And then since by 2050 we have to be ready, because the reason if we are not ready, we are going to go into a state that Prof was talking about, that our South African port systems or our ports are rated at the lower level, because they are looking at the issues of international competency, compliance with the IMO standards. Because if your port is not complying with the IMO standards, you won't have ships that be calling to your port. So they will divert and take other routes, and then many as the country, we are going to lose jobs, we are going to lose the economic growth, because if maybe now we have to get our goods from Namibia or from Mozambique, then even the cost of sale of those particular items is going to be very high, unlike if maybe we're getting them locally from Durban or from Cape Town. And then as the Department of Transport, together with our entities, we are busy developing what is called National Action Plan to ensure that we are aligning our domestic policies with the international standards to maintain competitiveness in the global maritime state. For example, now if maybe there was between Iran and USA. So for the ships to be able to come to our waters, they will check the issue of compliance. if maybe we are not able to meet their demand, they won't be able to come. It's the issues of the sizes, the environmental compliance, and some other issues as well. And then we are developing this strategic framework, the national one, just to come up with the policy, infrastructure, energy transition, technology skills, and investment for decarbonization. As Prof was saying, that even the issues of energy, they are also cutting across into maritime space. Because if now we can come up with other methods of creating or generating the energy that is compliance with the emission rules, then we'll be able, as the country, to meet the international market demand. So in our meetings, Prof, we also have the minerals and energy and the Department of Environmental Affairs as well. Because like for example, most of our fuel, it comes through the sea transportation. And then that's where the maritime is controlling the space. So we have to check the kind of a fuel, and then again in our port systems we also have the tanks. We also have to ensure that we are also complying with the environmental issues as well. And then it also touches the framework to the issues of the economic and environmental goals, the plan to promote maritime sector modernization, competitiveness, and align with the global climate commitments. Because the other thing is that if maybe within South Africa we are not complying, you know the issues of the global climate, if it's happening here, obviously it's going to affect other continents. So that's why IMO is ensuring the compliance before other ships, they can be able to berth in our waters. And then the issues of the collaborative and stakeholder engagements, I've already touched on that one. Prof also spoke to the issue of Triple P, so where we can get the investors to assist in terms of coming up with the method of generating the fuel that is compliance. And then, okay. Yeah, the other issue is the issue of, I've already spoke to collaborative decarbonization efforts, the emission reduction priorities in compliance with the IMO, smart resilient infrastructure. We have to deal with the issue of the infrastructure as well. If our infrastructure has been developed in such a way that is accommodate the fuel that is not compliant, so it means as the landlord, we have to make sure that we prepare our infrastructure to be able to accommodate the issue of bunkering as well. And then the smart and resilient infrastructure, building smart ports and climate resilience facilities ensures stability and competitiveness in maritime infrastructure. Integrated policy and investment. We understand that if you go to Department of Minerals and Energy, they've got their own policy. You come to the Department of Transport, we are looking at MAPOL. You go to the Environmental Affairs, and then they've got their own policy. So we have to find a synergy within our policies so that as the country will be able to comply with the IMO. Because by 2050, if we are not compliant, we are not going to have trade in our waters. And then the alternatives, the issues of the alternative fuels as well, research and innovation. Alternative marine fuels, we are talking about hydrogen, ammonia, LNG, biofuels, those are identified as a key alternative fuels for marine decarbonization. Infrastructure and investment is all about transitioning to alternative fuel requirements, investments in production, issue of storage, transportation, regulatory framework. Research and innovation, we are looking at the universities to assist us or to partner with us in terms of driving those research and pilot projects to develop a local solution and technologies. because what is available is only talking to the international issues, but we don't have our research that are going to talk to our local issues. And then skills and development, and then as the institution as well, Prof, to ensure that we are developing the curriculum that are going to talk to these developments, so that as a country we are ready. Because if we don't have the curriculums, then we won't be able to have the skills that are going to be able to mitigate these challenges. And then also talking to the technologies as well. And then the key challenges facing the decarbonization is the emission and data challenges as well. We need data, and then we can only get the reliable data through your institutions in terms of research. And then again, the regulatory and incentive issues need to harmonize regulations. I've already spoken to that one. And also as the government to come up with the clearer incentives in terms of the utilization of the fuel that is complying. And then I also came up with some opportunities. I'm left with what? Okay, then it's fine. I'm not going to talk to the opportunities. I've already spoken to them in general. I'm just gonna rush through the possible research topics. I'm not sure whether you're able to write them down. Then, but this I just suggested possible. You can still come up with some other research topics. Implementation of the 2023 GAG strategy, talking to the opportunities and challenges. Another topic, the role of ports in maritime decarbonization, talking to the assessing the port infrastructure requirements, shore power systems, and green fuel bunkering facilities. The other topic is the alternative marine fuel and the availability and shipping decarbonization, talking to comparative analysis of hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, biofuels, and electronic propulsion. Carbon pricing and economic instruments for reducing shipping emissions is another topic. Speaking to the evaluating the effectiveness of marine carbon taxes and emissions trading mechanism. Another topic, green shipping corridors and their contribution to global decarbonization. Another one, life cycle assessment of alternative marine fuels. Another one, developing countries and marine decarbonization challenges and opportunities. And then maybe within a minute, I'm gonna run through the digitalization, because it's also an issue. As the South African port system, we also have to comply with this one. According to IMO, we do have a FAL convention, but as South Africa, we are still on the process of domesticating FAL convention. But we do have the National Ports Act. In terms of National Port Act, as the landlord, 10PA has to ensure that they develop the system that will run effective and efficient port system. And then at the Department of Transport, even though we are here in Pretoria, we don't see the ocean, but we are responsible to clear the vessels. The vessels that are coming to our ports in Durban or wherever, Department of Transport officials, they clear them. So we do have our system that we are clearing them. And then 10PA as well, they also have their system to assist in terms of the marine services, the piloting services, and also the offloading and loading of cargo, and also to check the vessels as well in terms of allocating them for the berth, because other vessels are too deep, then you must check the berth, and also in terms of the instruments, in terms of the type of cargo that the ships are carrying. You cannot take the ro-ro ship to the terminal that is responsible for the bulk ship. So 10PA, they've got their system. Department of Transport, we do have our system. And then SAMSA, they also have their system to check in terms of compliance, in terms of safety, checking all the documents, whether the vessels is complying with the seaworthiness, and the cabin as well, the crew is also complying with the certification. And then we also have the Border Management Agency, the agency of the Department of Home Affairs. They also check in terms of the securities for the entry of the vessels into our waters. And then SARS as well. They are also checking in terms of custom administration, cargo inspection to check the illegal trading and also collecting tax from the business that is happening. So, okay, we have those segmented systems. So digitalization is to develop maritime single window. So we are looking for the researchers. We can go and check how can we have a maritime single window, but looking at the issues of the cybersecurity, who's going to use the system, how the system is it going to affect, and also to implement, and also to work on our effectiveness and efficient. Okay. But I'm going to share the topics with Prof, the possible topics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the Prof, and good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. I work within the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment in the Directorate Coastal Spatial Planning and Climate Change Response. Our role is to ensure that South Africa's coastline remains resilient in the face of climate change, while also supporting sustainable economic development. I lead projects that's related to coastal climate change response, that would be your adaptation planning, climate risk assessments, which would inform decision-making support, national coastal vulnerability assessment, but also program development for climate finance. When we're thinking about the context, so South Africa has oceans, and these oceans are important in terms of providing a range of benefits, from food security to supporting tourism, where you have people that derive their livelihoods from fisheries, from tourism-related and recreational activities that are ocean-centered. Our ocean and coast is also a big part of cultural heritage. I think we heard in the first presentation by the Paramount Chief the importance of recognizing these connections and the cultural connections that people have with the coast. Whilst we have the oceans and coast as resources, it's also increasingly threatened by issues such as climate change. In areas like your Durban, your Cape Town, there's been a range of extreme weather patterns which are climate change induced. There's sea level rise, there's erosion, there's habitat degradation. So when we're thinking around some of these threats to the ocean, the question is no longer how do we protect our ocean, but it's about how do we continue developing while remaining within the ecological limits. In the context of DFFE, DFFE heavily relies on climate science, vulnerability assessment, your GIS mapping, but also localized data sets to inform decision making. This information feeds into tools such as our National Ocean and Coastal Information System, which maps the different dynamics around the coast, our Coastal Viewer, which informs decision making. So if you're having an application for impact assessment, we have indicators that speak to the erosion levels, and it would inform how you would develop around some of these considerations. The data has also enabled the development of proposals such as the adaptation investment proposal, such as the Green Climate Fund, but also prioritization techniques. So we have our support tools such as the climate change adaptation strategies, your climate change adaptation response plan, and other types of strategies that we develop as government. When we're thinking around the theme, so the symposium theme talks around inclusive science. It is with that in mind that we advocate as a department that science should never remain within reports, but should be actively used to inform decision. It should be used to shape policy outcomes and help bring practical solutions that can impact the lives of communities on the ground. I think when you hear such reflections from community members and from experiences from the ground, it then shows you the importance of having a science to policy approach to how we approach or promote inclusive science. So one that would promote rights holders' engagement, so active participation of coastal traditional leaders, small-scale fisheries, cooperatives, and also local stakeholders in shaping the research priorities. We also encourage co-production of knowledge, not coming with an agenda in mind already, but co-producing the agenda. So recognizing that coastal communities are not only passive research subjects, but as co-creators of valuable indigenous and local ecological knowledge. We also recognize aspects of blue justice and equity, recognizing customary ocean rights, and also incorporating spatial knowledge into statutory tools such as your marine spatial planning, your oceans economy planning, but also blue justice transitions and relevant decision-making layers. In terms of responding to the theme that is catalytic niche research areas, one would speak to, the one that we would prioritize would speak to climate resilient and just coastal settlements. So how can local coastal adaptation strategies such as setback lines and managed retreats balance physical hazard with spatial justice and equity for vulnerable communities? So that would be one of the aspects that we'd like further research on. In terms of ecosystem adaptation, most of our efforts have gone into understanding how nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches could be used or leveraged as economic indicators or to assist some of achieving those resilience goals. So what economic valuation and asset management frameworks are needed to incorporate ecosystem-based adaptation into municipal capital budgets, but also coastal management plans, because there is a need to innovate around how to come up with some of the funding that is required to undertake this work. So these would be some of the measures that would be implemented to come up with the strategies. The third one speaks to digital governance, so artificial intelligence for ocean governance. So how can innovations such as AI-driven coastal monitoring tools be integrated into municipal compliance frameworks to improve enforcement against illegal coastal development, but also pollution in South Africa? There's areas that are heavily polluted, our river systems, our estuaries, our oceans, they are increasingly becoming polluted. So how could we use some of these inventions to assist some of those ongoing management challenges? In terms of blue justice and community-centered governance, what co-governance models or participatory tools can balance the power dynamics so that indigenous knowledge is treated as equal as epistemic frameworks along marine science? So that one would be, we want to link the Unisa postgraduate research directly with our national coastal priorities. I think one of the pertinent questions that we'd like to reflect on, or I'd like to leave this panel with, is that South Africa is not of danger in terms of the research. There's enough research, so we are not suffering from a shortage of coastal science. But then some of the issues are around implementation of what the science is providing. I think in the earlier example where the medical tools were being used or operationalized to solve practical challenges is a good example of how science could be used to address real world problems. So are we suffering in South Africa from a shortage of coastal science or a bottleneck in terms of implementing the evidence that we already possess? I think that's one of the questions that we need to reflect on when thinking around the theme, which speaks about innovation, which speaks about inclusive science and maritime futures. The second question that I'd love for us to reflect on, which links to the work that's been done or some of the work that we'd love to advance as a branch linking with the Unisa, is that what interdisciplinary skill sets, so spanning satellite, GIS, environmental knowledge, or environmental law, climate finance, and community co-design must Unisa graduates master to lead tomorrow's South African blue economy? I think the blue economy is an emerging theme. It's an important aspect that needs to be unlocked, not only as an economic force, but also a source for livelihoods. So how could we then foster a new generation of students that are versed in these subjects, that are able to participate in such discussions, but also that are able to advance knowledge and also innovation when it comes to those space. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. So yeah, I'm Lee Kordom and I work for an organization called Jacob's Ladder, South Africa. Fairly new, we've been in existence for 1 year now, but our head office is in Kenya, Nairobi, Jacob's Ladder Africa, who is leading the charge in climate. Our focus is the green economy, and that is something that we are hoping to activate in a rural county where I come from, which is the Matsikama area. Now for this, I first need to give a little bit of context of Matsikama. I call it the Garden of Eden, and you'll understand now what I mean with that is. Matsikama is unique in the sense that even though we focus on the green economy, you literally have the blue economy, but for lack of better words, I'll say the brown economy as well, which is the mining sector. So we have arid land and dry areas where we have 6 to 7 active mines in that space. One of the mines, Steenkampskraal, opened up, I think 2 or 3 years ago, and they have the highest rare mineral count in the world. You find it there in Stofkraal, is the place called, and as you move inwards, you get the inlands, and that is the agriculture hub. It's Klaver, Vredendal, and Lutzville, which is wine cellars. The one in Vredendal, Namakwa Wines, we have the biggest wine cellar in South Africa as well. And then you obviously move coastal side, which is made up of Ebenezer, Papendorp, and Dorangbaai, where our harbor is. Now that, for me, looks like we don't have an issue. But the sad reality is where the mining side is and the coastal side is, that is where the most impoverished young people or marginalized young people will be found. Most uneducated, most excluded from opportunities. But yeah, I'm not here to be negative. All of that I'm stating now, I just see a great opportunity. And I'm of the opinion that the rural areas is the most ready areas to create a blueprint for innovative or inclusive science and innovation for sustainable ocean and maritime futures. Because Matsikama is so unique, I want to touch on something, and for me, inclusiveness, I would want to leave something with you guys today, is the word co-integration. When Unisa visited us, and that is how I landed here where I am, they spoke on co-develop, co-design, and co-create. And then my gap was co-integration. Because one of the fishing, small-scale fishers mentioned that once the snook season is gone, they, for example, struggle with something like food security. And by us, there's an opportunity if you combine agriculture, or we have an aquaponics project that we are running, then you can tackle the issue of food security that these coastal towns have. So for me, the best approach is co-integration. And I also need to say, and this is something that people look at me funny when I mention it, I was very close to having a campaign where we list the young people of our rural areas on the endangered species list. And what I mean by that is it's really a case of our young people is not in danger, they are literally becoming endangered. Even though people can see them walking around, there's no way or no platform or no means for them to participate in local economic development or any sector for that matter because of the lack of opportunities. And yeah, let me just stop there. So luckily, Unisa came and there's a few others. I'm also a bit crazy in my head. So I don't believe in giving up or throwing in the towel. So we will continue the fight. So I'm not there yet, but it might come. If this doesn't work, then we'll have to run that campaign, unfortunately. But I'm sure it doesn't have to be or get to that point. So just to explain you guys what I mean by, and I'm not an intellectual or academic, but it's just something I see on the reality of our unique region. If you take the 3 coastal towns, Ebenezer, Papendorp, and Dorangbaai. Ebenezer has over 20,000 hectares of agricultural land, which belongs to the community, and nothing is happening there. The government came, there's water, there's irrigation, everything is sorted, but yeah, it's inactive. Literally 5% of that land is being used. Then you go to Papendorp. the most beautiful place in the world. If I have to say so myself, it's where the Elephants River mouth into the ocean, lagoon and everything. So interesting, you have that side, so it looks like you're in Korea or China or some of these Asian countries where you can go on a canoe and whatever. But then if you just walk across and you go over the dunes, then it's as if you are in Namibia. White sand, beach, and that pathway can take you straight to Dorongbai, which is our hub for fishing, or where the harbor is. Obviously, like I said, faced with extreme challenges, but where we currently are now is, and we have the young people, I can say that is the silver lining. We've got the young people to a point where they now actually believe. It was difficult with something like agriculture or the green economy, because Matikama is also unique in the sense that it's a sports, arts and culture community. Young people want to dance, they want to play rugby, because that is where the attention is, but that doesn't sustain their livelihoods. So with our aquaponics project, we got 4 hectares of land from the Matikama municipality that us as an organization is leasing from the municipality. Got into a lot of trouble, or not trouble with that as well, but with our aquaponics project, and I'm very optimistic, we want to put up 60 aquaponics structures. Thus we will give back to the young people. Now for some people it doesn't make sense because it's not their idea and all of that, but yeah, we are of the opinion that everyone comes, the mines and all of that, and I am from that area, but everyone extracts. And I'll get to the SLPs and stuff later on how outdated it is or how non-inclusive it is going forward. So we will just give everything. The access we have, because there's young people that prior to us getting the land or access to the land has never gotten access to land. So as an organization, we got the land, let's just give it back to the young people in the forms of co-ops, which is a project we will be starting now. Mind you, we're doing this with no funding, but we got an opportunity now, 6 months skills program, where we will use this to set up the young people as best as possible, as we can, equip them, to then let them onto this program to kickstart this aquaponics project. But like I said, so that is the same thing you can do in Ebenezer. Luckily for us, there is people, young people are seeing what's happening there in Matikama. One crazy thing I also did was, because we didn't have funding and everything, I did a green walk, because there's a big skills gap or knowledge gap. Like I said, you can't speak about the green economy, blue economy. Even if they do it, it exists there, that's not how they see it. It's the ocean, or it's agriculture, or whatever. So I walked across the whole region over 8 days, starting in Butterfontein, the most dry area, and ending up in Dorongbai. And every day as I entered the town, there was some interviews and stuff, advocacy, and then I engaged the young people to tell them about the plan and also to get their inputs, because we also believe nothing for the youth without the youth. And I think that is something that we got right. Young people, there's a sense of trust established amongst us and them, or me and them. And we also got the private sector, some role players, stakeholders involved, for etc. like Unisa. So, and I have to say this, for them, it's, when I told them I'm coming here, for them, they were just, are you going to tell the people where Matikama is and what we are doing and who we are and what we are busy with? Because genuinely, that's all that matters to them. They just want people to recognize them and to know that we are also busy with this big thing. We don't know aquaponics, we just know it's a smart way of agriculture. And I can go back and tell them, but the people know about Matikama now. And you guys will know about this as well, because I know that will boost them during the 6 months to actually put in the work and the effort to come up with something tangible that the rest of the world or South Africa can see. Stop there, my time. Oh, 2 minutes, okay. So in conclusion, like I said, for me, the best way would be to integrate these different economies or sectors. Let me just go to my 5 points on how we would like assistance, or for Unisa to assist. It might not be research, Prof. You guys will have to translate this in an academic fashion. So one thing would be a survey, because everyone says there's an unemployment rate of over 60%, but what does that look like? You understand? I can say that, but for investors or possible investors or whoever, you must break that down, because, for example, a town like Klaver only has 600 unemployed young people. But there's also skills and all of that. So we would love to, and now it's easier with I know there's an app where you can do it obviously online there digitally, and then you populate the data and it helps you. You don't have to go to all the areas. But the sad reality also is in Matsikama that there's areas like where the mines and all the billions of rands are. There's literally places where people don't have service. You have to stand on a rock or something to make a call. That's also the reality, so there we might have to go in. So that's the first one, to do that identification, and then identify the skills gap. I said, this is what I wanted to say, a hybrid approach and it can become an incubation program, or because most of them doesn't have the qualifications to come and study or whatever. But if you can have a skill, they at least they have grade 9 or so that's the entry level. So I'm also thinking of a hybrid integrated skills program that touches on, say for example, electrical, mechanical. We have a lot of solar farms. I even left that out, wind farms. Garden of Eden, man, it's a wealthy place. But recently a mine closed, and Tronox, one of the big mines, also had to let people go, almost 500. So now they're just sitting at home. But if you have a hybrid model or transversal skills program, then they can latch onto our aquaponics or smart agriculture or renewable energy. There is work, but they don't have the necessary skills. So something like that would be good. And like I said, we can even run it as an incubation program. The SLPs, I need to touch on this one, social and labor plans of the mines. So in Durangbai, there's a mine. This also came out in our last session or engagements, called Transex, that has been extracting diamonds out of the ocean for I don't know how many years, over 2 decades. And if you look at the SLP, they give away bursaries, which is fine, no issue, we're grateful. But the young people from that areas are the most, how can I say, uneducated also. So they don't qualify. Someone like me that sits in Vredendal with my matric certificate can easily become a marine biologist or whatever. For me, that's also, like I said, the thing of non-inclusiveness, and it's creating a lot of friction between the community and the mine, for example. So, Pangapandorp, for example, Durangbai and Ebenezer only have schools that go until grade 9. Then they have to move to Vredendal. I'm finishing up. And the one town, Papendorp, doesn't even have an ECD where this mine's SLP is operational. So just to look at things like that, and then I said that there's solutions, cross-sector solutions, something like plastic that the oceans are plagued with. We can look at something in agriculture like hemp to substitute that or become a substitution. And then lastly, community engagements. Similar to this, we've done this, but like I said, there still remains a more rigid approach to actually having aquaponic systems there, or things that fourth industrial revolution, robotics codings, it's sometimes just someone that comes and speaks and you don't see the practical side of it. So something like that, and maybe even have a competition out of that, because young people like to make content and stuff. So yeah, we are grateful. Thank you.
Yes, these are our people. We are there in the community. I know Matsikama. It's fed, actually Matsikama means place of water. It's fed by 2 canals. It's in the desert. There are interesting things there. Prof. Mwepe, we are here. One of the projects we are trying to set is that aquaponic. We want to sit, one of the 60 should be from Unisa. So we are busy now trying to do an MOU with them. We already have an MOU with the municipality. So we have signed that one. We are now left with the MOU with the Jacob's Ladder, South Africa, so that then we are looking at possibly starting with the stock feed manufacture, then growing the fingerlings, then growing the fish, processing them, marketing them. So then it depends on what it is, but we are just saying we can just have a sample that then UNISA is going to pilot. And as I'm going to open up, there's something that Glory was bringing and other panelists, which really calls for the need to disrupt how university works. So with the university, we've got protocol, you need to apply for research ethics. So by the time you finish applying for research ethics, you're already tired as a researcher. You are the custodian of that, Prof. Mwepe. I'm already tired as a researcher. And you see what is happening there. What Glory is saying does not require me to go and do research ethics application. I need to go and start applying that tomorrow. Because by the time I'm going to finish my research ethics application next year after getting frustrated, then the government and the country is already banning. So we really need to relook this idea of how then do we get in there as researchers and address real life situations. Real life situations on the ground. They need us to move and to move fast. So really, some of the issues that may be Glory, write a letter, formal letter to me to say, please can you come and assist us? I'm going to redirect it to Prof. Ngwepe's office. Let's open this session now and say, and like I said, marine is the mother of what? All catalytic niche areas. Now we've seen it. There is unemployment, there is in South Africa we don't use the blue economy. In South Africa we use the ocean economy. If you are not sure, you use operations Pakisa. The blue economy is the global aspect, but it's the same thing. I'm just trying to be relevant. Let's see the hands that are coming. We've got maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And remember, behold, I come quickly and I've got the presence with me. He's got 5 minutes. Oh, you're saying 5 minutes? Okay. You can run around the mic. There's a hand there. Let's see who has the hand. There's another. There are 2 hands there. 3, 4. Okay. Let's go.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Unans, for bringing the voice of Kuku Africans to Unisa. It's not a voice that we hear very often. You are so welcome. Prof. Sivarasu said, how can my brain heal your pain? When we speak about cultural heritage, I think we're also thinking about how can my spirit heal your pain. So it's good to have a wider conversation. So congratulations to the panel for bringing that cross-disciplinary conversation. So a question to Chief Arendse. You mentioned this very captivating term, trespassers of the seas. And I wonder if we need to be investigating. Oh, did you hear all that?
Be quick, because we've got 5 minutes.
I know. Okay. You used that captivating term, Chief Arendse, that said trespassers of the sea. And it's a phrase that kind of hits you when indigenous people and local people are trespassers in their own countries. That's a painful term. What about the invaders of the sea? How much knowledge do you have about them? How much do you know about the multinationals on that sea that are harvesting the oysters and the mussels in such large numbers? For example, we have Viking Aquaculture, thinking about invaders of the Sea Harvest Group. And it's interesting that Sea Harvest is controlled by black...
We are going to
it's a question.
Yes.
So the question is just, have you investigated the CSR policies of black-controlled companies like Brimstone Investment Corporation that own Sea Harvest?
Thank you. Panelists, you have got 1 minute to answer these questions as we round up. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, we can just do a round because of time. Ooh, there are many hands. There's a hand there, and those 2, 1, 2, then 3, 4. We are going to end here because of time. In any case, I'm on a flight as well to Gabeka as well. All right.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity.
Half a minute, please.
Yes. I would just like to ask 2 questions. The first one is, to what extent is satellite data from organizations such as NASA used by South African researchers and policymakers when making decisions about fisheries management and fishing restrictions in areas such as the Western Cape? And my second question is, how is remote sensing and satellite data integrated into decisions on marine conservation and fisheries management in South Africa?
I will answer you right away. You need to join our team so that we can do that research. Just drop me an email.
Thank you very much. Paramount Chief, I'm not sure that you're aware about the rooibos plant, right? So a family member of mine was excited 2019 when they signed the APSA agreement. So even Cordom, when you were speaking, I was thinking about how you can benefit through that agreement. Meaning, what they distracted the beers, or who is the company of Sea Harvest, you need to get that. And as a paramount chief, I hope you sit on the traditional council to voice this issue, because one of my family members in Sierras, they have voiced this, and until they listened to the rooibos, and some of you have drank this morning rooibos, and they exploited that for many, many years. And so that is my last point, the indigenous stories. Why are you not digitalize that? I'm an educator, I'm in a College of Education. So we like to digitalize all those, because when you look to your large language modules like your ChatGPT, your co-pilots, you will not find that indigenous.
30
so
seconds.
we need to, thank you.
Thank you. That was the last mic there. Unfortunately, we are not going to take you because he's on my neck. Contribute, because I want to see who's going to take the gift before I sit.
Afternoon, everyone. This is Glory. What are the biggest challenges of facing port infrastructure development? Second question, what infrastructure improvement are mostly needed to support growing trade volumes?
Thank you. As we are going to get back the mic, academics, you have seen that there are a lot of research areas that we have been left with. Prof for energy. You have heard the issues around net zero by 2050. We really need to talk to the department after this. I think, can I send you the gentleman talking about rooibos? He impressed me. Paramount Chief, 1 minute, then Sis Glory, 1 minute, and I'm sure then the program director is going to take over. I'm hoping there's going to be a photo for my panel session, then we will be going out. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a good audience.
Kaiches, yes. Hi. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. You asked, if I'm not mistaken, you asked about the companies that are in Saldanha, right? On the mussel farms. Yes, we have researched those companies. That's the thing why how I found out that we have no stake in those companies, because who are these people? Who are these companies? That's how we realized, and I want to know how it came to that point that they came in and we are not included. That is how. So we did research them. We found that there is apparently a secret pearl industry as well, because pearl is a byproduct of oysters apparently. So all of that stuff, it doesn't benefit our people, and that is why we have to research these people even more thoroughly, because there are people that have mussel restaurants, and we know they have to come from Saldanha, and then they are thriving, but they're not from Saldanha, and they are using black mussels that, if you go to the shell middens in Saldanha, you will find, and you test those skeletons, you find that that's what the people consumed thousands of years ago. So that is part of our culture as well, the black mussels, and it's sad that we are not included in any form or fashion or benefiting from that. But thank you for the question. I'll speak to you later. Thank you. And then, sir, thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Yes, I am aware of the rooibos. Chief Rogers is actually on the board for the rooibos fund, but I've observed it for years. To me, it was just like because it's endemic to the Cederberg area. I feel like the people of the Cederberg should be the actual people that benefited. That's why I don't want to be on that board, but I know the model, I know the people, I'm friends with the people, and I'm colleagues with the people that's on the boards. But to me, it's like I don't want to benefit from that, because that belongs to the people of the Cederberg, the rooibos. And that's how I feel, or the area, the general area. So I support them in whatever. It's just that I myself, I'm not comfortable in benefiting from that. But from the model they're using and from the negotiations they make, I think they deserve more. They deserve way more because that is also a part of their heritage. That is, they created that, they've been using it for all these years, and it's only available in that stretch of land. So, yes, I am well aware of that. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I will answer. Yeah, I will provide one answer for both of them. So the issue, the challenges that we had previously, of which we are overcoming them, is the institutional framework. Because the landlord is Transnet National Ports Authority, and then reporting to Transnet. And then Transnet Group has a lot of entities. We have freight, we have rail, we have engineering, we have TPT. And then what was happening when the 10PA was generating the income, the group will take the money and spread it across. And then when you check the other entities, they were not generating any income. They were making a loss, but they will be subsidized by this one. But now, as the Department of Transport, we are dealing with that. We are working on the program called corporatization, where 10PA is going to be stand-alone. They will make their own decision, generate income, and then spread it in line with the infrastructure challenges, just to make the developments. And the other issue again, TPT is also the entity of Transnet, and then it's only 9 terminals. The other terminals are privately owned, of which we don't have problems in terms of the procurement. Maybe if the cranes are broken and whatever, they can procure them within a twinkle of an eye. But TPT, because it's controlled under the treasury regulations, you have to go through all the structures for your procurement plan to be approved or to acquire a certain equipment. So those are the challenges. But now what we are doing as the government, we are privatizing most of our terminals. Now, as Prof was saying, we do have a Durban Gateway container terminals. It's privately owned. It was given to Philippines beginning of the year. So we'll see a lot of improvement from that concept. And then the other issue is the issue of the litigation, because for the 10PA to advertise the ports operations, they have to go through the Section 56. They advertise, and you'll find that maybe there's internal interference. After the advertisement, when the preferred bidder has to be appointed, there will be a lot of litigations, and then it will take a year or 2 years to appoint another service provider to do the job. Those are the challenges. But if you guys, you can go out and come up with the solutions, we'll be happy to mitigate what we are doing.
All right, thank you very much, Prof, and to all the panelists for your inputs. I think there's a lot for us to think about how the research becomes relevant and how we connect with the communities that we claim that we're doing this with or for. So we're just going to create an opportunity quickly for you to acknowledge all your panelists. We just have a small token of appreciation. I think they can line up here in front. There's a camera moment, so smile when you get something. Don't know what's in the box, but just look happy. Right, so let's give another round of applause to all our panelists.
Prof, maybe you can come and hand them over. Then after that, we can have a small photo session. I see there are other managers. Prof, you can come and join us for the photo session. I hear at the beginning there was acknowledgement of distinguished professors, and there are such chairs. You can join us for the photo session, then we can conclude.
All right, let's give another round of applause to all our panelists. And again, Prof. now move for chairing.
Thank you, thank you.
The long one is yours, right? Yeah, your box is slightly longer than theirs. I don't know why. All right, so that was our first niche area. We're now going to continue with our program, and we're just going to move straight into the second set. The next one, of course, is CNA6, dealing with the fourth industrial revolution and digitalization. And again, for those of you interested in the automotive session, that is happening at the Science Campus, and again, it will be streamed to the exam hall. So anybody interested in the automotive session, you are now asked to make your way to the exam hall to be able to participate in that conversation. So allow me then to invite to the podium the chair for this next session, Professor Charles Mbowa, distinguished professor from the College of Science, Engineering and Technology at University of South Africa. Do you need to project something? Or?
No. It's a good afternoon. Because I'm very short, I'm not having a PowerPoint, so that you can see me at least. Welcome to this session, which is on Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization, looking at innovation and commercialization pathways. I want to always spar with Professor Namo, but I think he has left, that 4IR and digitalization is the brain of the catalytic niche areas, and maybe the energy is the father of the areas. Borrowing from Einstein that energy and matter and mass are interchangeable, so my belief is that everything started from energy. And then the brains came in 4IR, and the mother, obviously, is marine studies. Okay, my panel has been a bit challenged, but I'll start off by laying the background. I think all of you know about the fourth industrial revolution. That obviously started with the steam revolution in the UK for the trains and railways and all other applications, and that the second industrial revolution was to do with power and electricity and automation, of which the most extreme was through Ford when they produced 1 million cars per year. And then the third industrial revolution, obviously, with computers and automation, where computers were assistive technologies in a bigger way, and finally the cyber-physical systems of 4IR. So there's a link between science, engineering, and computer science here that we want to explore. And I brought this up briefly to say, in all these revolutions, Africa has been missing. And I think Africa's chance is in the new technologies in the current 4IR revolution, where we need to do something. So the focus of this theme really, the theme of this session is to say, how then does Africa assume to take a lead? And to do that, we have panelists that I will call to the fore to come to the front as we introduce them. The panelists are Ms. Kate Kleingold, if you can come to the front, please. Kate Kleingold. And then we also have Dr. Jabu Mtsweni. You can come to the front, please. And we have Mr. Mavu Manaileng. If you can come to the front. I have been in touch with him all the time, but today he was a bit out, so I'm not sure what's happening. Mavu Manaileng, are you here? If not, I think I'll introduce the two. Dr. Mtsweni is Executive Cluster Manager at CSIR, working on next generation enterprises and institutions. So I think you can tell that we have an expert in the room and we'll let him guide us. With over 20 years experience in the area, he has worked at many organizations, including Matla Coal Mine, which is now Exaro, ESCOM, SAP Research, Technical Pretoria, TUT, and Unisa. So he's a big alumni of us and very famous alumni. Having joined CSIR at 2014 and specializes in digital transformation, data science, cybersecurity, with a PhD in computer science from Unisa. So doubly alumni. With a master's in computer systems from Tshwane, and is NRF rated under classification C2. He has been a visiting fellow at Howard University, one of the famous universities in the States, in Washington, D.C., and he has authored more than 90 peer-reviewed articles focusing on ICT for development, cybersecurity, digital transformation, and data science. He is a lot of high-profile advisory in terms of national policy and data observatory, ministerial and national committees, like member of Ministerial Review Committee for Government Printing Works, and also Ministerial Task Team on Digital Transformation for the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, member of Cybersecurity Response Committee led by the State Security Agents, and is also a member of the South African Digital Transformation Roadmap Trust Team in Data Exchange, on Data Exchange and Digital Identity, coordinated by the Presidents. He has also served in international bodies and is a representative of the International Federation for Information Processing, member of ITU, International Telecommunications Union, focusing on AI and cybersecurity. He has a lot of skills. I can't go through all of them, but maybe as he talks, some of them will come out. He has had many awards, top 50 cybersecurity professionals in South Africa, NSTF South 32 Management Award for Science Oscar, CSIR Excellence Award for Leadership and Business Development, and he has supervised many master's and doctoral students, and is currently supervising many. His main achievement, you have to pay attention to this one. He has completed 5 Comrades marathons. And I think that deserves more recognition. He has indicated that he has a great wife and 2 children, and that, in terms of siblings, he is a part of 7, out of which 6 are women. So you can imagine that he is really a brave man, including the mother, so he is really dominated. Thank you for coming, Dr. Msweni. I'll also introduce our Royal Highness and Lady Adrie van Niekerk. She doesn't want to be introduced. She holds a BSc Honours in Ecology and Conservation, and has a postgraduate certificate in Education FITS, a very strong passion for science and technology and education, and is joined Optimum Solutions, where she started to collaborate with academics and researchers. So I think when we talk about 4IR, digitalization and education and the role of universities, she's the right person to do that, brings a lot of experience in that regard. She now partners with STEM enthusiasts, educators, researchers at higher education and research institutions to enhance STEM curriculum, improve learning experiences, increase research quality and output, and sells high-class computational software, build programming, and builds relationships across Southern Africa and the spectrum. I could also go on and on, but as you see, we've been discussing, is our education relevant? She might have some contributions to that aspect to say, how do we put technology into education effectively? Is that man, Mabu? No. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So without much ado, what I've done is to ask them to present in about 5 minutes their perspectives in terms of their experience and how it gels into Africa and makes contributions to 4IR and digitalization implementation in South Africa and Africa-wide, so that Africa is not dominated in this revolution. So with that, I'll ask Dr. Msweni to take over.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are well. You seem very sad. Anyway, I had prepared a presentation, but fate would have it that it seems I saved it, but I left it at home, or something like that. But I think they've introduced me, so I will try and use my 5 minutes very usefully. When it comes to the issues of digital transformation, I think the first thing one would need to say is that this is an enabler, right? Unlike maybe when we speak about marine studies, we speak about climate change and all the other discipline, technology is an enabler. It's not the main thing per se. And I wanted to actually share with you, number one, why digital transformation is important, particularly in government, because I think the perspective that people might talk about might be in different areas, for example, in academia, but I think in government it becomes so important in a sense that whatever we do, let's say, for example, from a research perspective, whatever we do, from the business perspective, if it does not translate to address the socio-economic challenges that we have, then technology is not useful, right? And we can talk about AI and all the others. But from my perspective, there's 3 pillars that we need to always consider when we think about digital transformation. Of course, they will speak about your big data, your cloud, and all these others. But within the environment that I worked in, particularly for government, and whatever technology that we need to put, there's 3 critical things. The first one is obviously the infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, technology does not become useful in terms of addressing some of our challenges as a nation. And I will share with you just briefly in terms of what the government is doing with regards to digital transformation roadmap and how researchers could also assist in that regard. So digital infrastructure is important. For us to be able to have our sovereign AI capability, you need the infrastructure, right? Without the infrastructure, you are not going to be able to process that amount of data that people generate. That's the first thing. That is why when you see, for example, government speaks about the building of data centers and the likes, it's a very big enabler, because we could have all the ideas, without the infrastructure, we might not be able to realize what we want to do. The second thing that is very important is the network or the connectivity, because if we have a data center here but is unable to reach the people, for example, in the rural areas or the people across the country, then that digital transformation is not transforming because it is only for the few. So connectivity is very, very important. The third thing is obviously about storage. Right? There's a lot of data that we generate, and I'm sure even within the university context, but if we are unable to store and process that data, then it becomes a bit of a problem, if not a huge problem, right? One of the challenges when it comes to digital transformation within our context as a country is that many of these things that I've mentioned, the infrastructure tends to mostly be foreign dominated, right? In other words, you'll find that there's a lot of international companies that build these data centers and build all of this infrastructure here. What is the problem with that? Is that if, for example, like what we see in the geopolitical space, other people decide that maybe they want to switch you off, they can easily do it, right? We know what has happened to Russia, for example. When they were now in war with Ukraine, they were cut off. For example, they could not now even get simple updates, let's say from Microsoft and things like those. So the infrastructure becomes very, very key. But South Africa has made great strides in that, although we still rely heavily on international infrastructure. So within the CSIR, and this is what we do, we have what we call the Center for High Performance Computing, which is one of the biggest in Africa, and this can be used for various things. We can use it, for example, if you want to do research and create your models, and this is also for supporting research community, by the way. You can use it for that. You can use it to build AI models, these language models that we are using. Of course, the capacity that we have is not enough. That is why it's also important, to realize that when it comes to digital transformation, there's no one organization that can solve the problem. It requires contribution from various, type of people. Number two, we have what we call the South African Research Network within this digital transformation space. Now, the research network that we have is about 1.2 terabits per second, and this particular network is able to support the researchers, for example, to conduct, the experiments, whether it's in computational fluid dynamics, it's issues of climate change, it's weather forecasting, and various other things, including medicine discovery and so on and so forth. Because if you are to do, let's say, innovative research, you are not going to be able to do it in this day and age without digital transformation, without the infrastructure and the like. The last part is obviously on the storage. I think universities generate a lot of data, and we have, I don't know how to explain it in simpler terms, but we have about 8 petabytes of storage that we provide, to entities such as yourselves to store this data. And all of this, by the way, because people might think I'm selling something, all of this, by the way, they are available for universities such as yourself for free, funded by the state, and people can have access to that. For example, when you want to archive your experiment, when you want to archive your research data, these things provide for that. Why is that important for digital transformation? Digital transformation is not going to happen without you having the data. That is why, for instance, when you look at our language models, for example, if you go to ChatGPT or you go to Copilot and all these other platforms, they may not always understand our context as a country, because those technologies were built by people who are not even Xhosa or Zulu or the likes. So this infrastructure that we provide is to enable us to be able, to create our own things, build our own solutions and the likes. And then the last one, Chair, as I conclude, government is currently now busy with what we call the digital transformation roadmap. And this is coordinated by various entities, right? Because I'm sure we all understand a number of challenges that the country faces, whether it's about queues at Home Affairs when people apply for IDs, it's about issues of service delivery, it's about issues of health, and you can name them, there's quite a lot of them. So digital transformation is sort of like an equalizer in trying to address some of those problems. For instance, instead of people queuing at Home Affairs, nowadays, of course, I know it's not as widely as available as possible. Nowadays, people can have access to do some of these activities online. For example, other people could then do the applications for the passport online and stuff like that. That can only be possible from the infrastructure, the network, and the storage. The country is now building what we call MyMzansi, sort of like a platform. And this platform is trying to integrate a number of services that we use every day. For example, the renewal of your license, your municipality statements, and various others. How do we ensure, for example, that we have a platform that can have a single identity of you as a person, so that when you go to the Department of Transport, they don't have to ask you for the same documents. When you go to the Department of Health or to the hospital, you are not asked for the same type of documents. When you go to SARS, and so on and so forth. So this MyMzansi platform, you must check it out. It's available out there. I think there's currently a proof of concept that we are running within our environment in terms of how do we enable all of these services, from transport, health, including the issues of social grants. That can only be enabled by digital transformation. One of the other key part of it is about data exchange, and I'm sure even universities find it very difficult to share data amongst themselves. One of the things that technology brings is for us to collaborate better. Because I can tell you, as we collaborate better, we are able to innovate better, we are able to also make impact, because Jabu alone may never, do anything of value unless we collaborate together. But the technology is what will enable us, to do that. So that is already something that is in motion, and it requires but researchers, it requires private sector, it requires government to work together. As I close, maybe somebody might ask, okay, what has this got to do with research, right? What has this got to do with academics? Now, many a times, people ignore that everything, including this digital transformation, it starts from a research, it starts from academics who bring these things forth, right? So it's also very important as researchers that we don't just become consumers of technology, but we also become the producers. In other words, working together to ensure, for example, that as we build this MyMzansi digital transformation for the country, researchers also propose solutions. For instance, how will be the impact of this to the people, for example, in rural areas where connectivity is still a problem? How will this thing be impactful to the people, for example, who have challenges, maybe let's say with data? We know data could be an expensive exercise, but what type of researches could we do, in order to do that? But also other disciplines come into play in terms of, for example, which examples can I use? People who are in education, it's very important to be part of it, because all of these technologies have an impact in terms of various other socio-economic domains that are there. There's issue of security that we need to think about, not only just from a technical point of view, but also from the social, point of view. Because technology, just like we're talking about AI, it does not only just revolutionize just the technology side, but it also has some socio-economic impact. If we think about AI, AI has implications of replacing people from their work. How do we then ensure that as AI tries to automate certain things, we are able to then reskill people so that they can, do, the work better? As some people say, it's not AI that will replace us, but it's the people who are not able to use it effectively that will be replaced. And again, apologies, I couldn't show the pictures. You were just stuck to see, this handsome guy. But thank you very much. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Handsome. Yeah, I think very captivating and to the point, and we truly hope we'll get the the presentation, the PowerPoint. Later on, of course, I might have a few questions around that. Over to you, Kadri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to clarify quickly, my name is Kate Klenkholt. There was a change in panelists, so that is probably where the confusion comes from. So I also don't have a presentation, but I would like to share with you a little bit about my background and my role as I see it in the fourth industrial revolution. So I believe that I sit at quite a unique intersection of engineering and computation, where I have a training in chemical engineering, but I work with universities, research partners, industry to integrate computational tools into the work that they do. So if I were to take a step back and just give some context of where I fit into in this world, you may have heard about MATLAB and Simulink in your education, perhaps in the work that you do. And if you know that, you may know MathWorks, who is the American company that develops those tools. In Southern Africa, their partner is Optimum Solutions, which is the organization that I work with. And they have been the partner for the last 30 years. But the team that I lead at Optimum is the Client Impact and Growth team. And we work specifically with lecturers, course coordinators, students in academia. We work with research partners like the CSIR and the Center for High Performance Computing. And we also work with industry players in any industry you can think of, actually, from energy, mining, manufacturing, automotive, commercial and central banks. So our team, myself, has a lot of experience in a lot of different industries. We do not claim to be experts in any, but have a general understanding of where computation fits into each one and how to navigate it and use it. So I believe a big part of my role in the fourth industrial revolution is supporting the skills development within Africa, because as much as we need all the things that Dr. Jabu mentioned, we also need the skills to utilize them. Without that, it's not really valid to us. So what we do is we work with universities to find a way to introduce computational tools into the curricula that they are already teaching. So it's one thing to learn the theory, it's now applying that theory with tools, with technology, throughout undergraduate all the way to research. And then working with industry partners who are having a huge impact on the way these technologies are actually absorbed by customers, by consumers, by clients. And I think an important point for me is Africa is usually in a very unique position compared to the rest of the world. Perhaps sometimes we lag in terms of technology, which we make up with in creativity and innovation, I believe. So Africa has a tendency to leapfrog over technologies, traditional technologies, and I think the fourth industrial revolution could be the same, but I think skills is the important thing here. And introducing those skills at varying levels is what my team aims to do. So we look at how do you introduce programming tools? How do you then work with researchers who are focusing on specific topics and enabling them with the right tools? But while I might be representing an organization that focuses on software, I don't think software is the point here or the platform is the point. I think the skills are. If I go back to my own training in university, it was rarely about the information that I was learning about, but rather how did I apply that information to solve problems and to solve different problems that I'd never seen and to solve the next problem that was different to the first. And I think the tools are what enable us to solve those problems, but we cannot use the tools if we don't have the skills. And that's where I think I fit in, and that is the transformation I really care about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you to introduce yourself. There was a change of panelist.
On the program.
It's on the program. Ah, okay.
She's there.
Number one. Okay, my oversight there. I wanted you to just quickly, using the mic maybe, quickly introduce yourself. Yeah.
Okay, for those who didn't maybe hear in my introduction, my name is Kate Klenkhout. I am from Optimum, who is the MathWorks partner in Southern Africa. My background is in chemical engineering, and I lead the client impact and growth team that support training and development of skills using MathWork tools.
Thank you again. My apologies. What I did is prepare some questions for you, and I thought before we open for discussion, I'll quickly touch on that. You have introduced us to your background in Africa-wide solutions. What is your specific organizational strategy in terms of implementation of 4IR and digitalization, and how it can, say, link to research and universities? Can I start off with you? You have the mic. Kate?
Sure. So, as I mentioned in my introduction, Optimum and my team's specific position in how our organization is approaching the fourth industrial revolution is focusing on the capability building. So how do we introduce skills development at all levels, from undergraduate research, in research institutions, in industry? It's a big focus of ours. And then I think also we work with a lot of clients in more traditional industries, think mining and manufacturing. So we try to bring a lot of digitalization to those industries and those organizations that we've had 30 years relationship with. So we bring expertise in the software, they bring their domain expertise, and we work to bring their technology and their processes to the modern day era. And then I think the last one where Optimum is involved is supporting innovation through research and development organizations or departments within companies. So one of our biggest clients is the CSIR. So we work with the Energy Center, with the Aero Group, and the Aerospace and Defense Groups. We have a lot of different applications that we work with them towards, in the sense of bringing the technology to the research that they are doing. So connecting the researchers to the deeper tools that they need for what they're doing.
Just extending the same question, you mentioned that you are also taking part, that's for him, in terms of making it easier for clientele to use technology. Do you see a role for other technologies like Starlink or similar technologies in making it possible to access the deep rural areas? And then also, can you address the issue of data costs that are prevalent in rural areas and infrastructure extended beyond data centers to the villages? You answer the first question.
You want me to answer the first question or this one?
The first question, and then
on this one.
Touching on that.
Okay. Okay. No. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. I think what maybe is a bit advantageous for me and the organization that I work for, which is the CSIR, it is a research entity for government, and our digital transformation strategy is not just inward looking. It's outward looking to say whatever we do, how does it then impact an industry, for example, the private sector? how does it impact in government as a whole, building a capable state, but also, how does it impact the society at large? And the work that we do in line with our digital transformation strategy is in that regard. And as I've said in my introduction, was that for us, digital transformation is an enabler, is a catalyzer, or if we can call it that, right? And I think it's very important to think about it in that manner. And with us, digital transformation is also not just technology, okay? Because sometimes when people talk about digital transformation, they can just relegate it to a technology. But technology is just one component of it. And I like what Kate was saying. Digital transformation will obviously include, from a policy level, very, very important. So when you have the strategy, it needs to be supported by the policy. That is why I was talking about the government earlier. But over and above that, it needs to be supported by the people, right? For example, if we don't have the necessary people to operate these things that I was talking about, we then, tend to have issues. But the other thing that is very critical for us, when it comes to the digital transformation strategy, is that it needs to impact almost all the different sectors. Like within the CSR and the work that we do with different entities, from the health perspective, and I'm sure many of you know about the National Health information system like NHI. So there's a lot of work that we do there in terms of how do we enable and ensure that the NHI would work in spite of some of the challenges that it has. But also looking at issues of agriculture, and there's a lot of work we do in terms of how do we use technology in order to ensure that from a food security perspective, technology plays a role there. And there's various others, like from energy perspective, we know some of the challenges that are being faced there, as well as issues of housing, and I think Kate spoke about manufacturing and the like, including transportation as well. Maybe getting back to the specific questions that you were, maybe I think there's one part I missed, where you say in how academia becomes very much involved. And I think I cannot emphasize this point furthermore, where I say in our country there's a lot of expertise and there's a lot of wisdom across many other things. In order for us to also lead in this space in ensuring that we own this digital transformation, because over and above just the skills, it's also about leadership, right? Because we have to lead in this space. If we don't lead, other people take over. That's very, very important. But also we have to take people with, and what I mean, the society. As we transform, we can't leave people behind, because as you leave them behind, then you will have, the uprising and so on and so forth. And that takes me to my point about rural areas. Because rural areas, even when it comes to connectivity, they tend to be left behind. And that is why, from a CSR perspective, we have always looked at solutions, across the board. Like now, we have what we call the TV white space, because big organizations such as, let's say, the network operators, they always want to implement solutions where they will make money. If there's no money for them, they hardly invest, in there. That is why you may find that 5G or so may not be in Klabialinga. So we have what we call a TV white space that then tries to say, and I'm leaning to your Starlink question now, try to say, how do we also use the existing resources that we have to solve the challenges that our communities are facing? Because technology is not just the state-of-the-art, stuff only. And the TV white space, for example, it uses unused spectrum or the network that was meant to be used by the televisions or broadcasting, and we use that to enable people, for example, within their communities to have even almost similar services that will have, like your streaming services, as well as having connectivity. Because some of these are very important to at least introduce people to connectivity. And this also leads to that question you were asking about the cost. Because data cost, I think studies tell us that South Africa is one of the countries with the most expensive data cost in the world, right? I think if we are not the first, we might be number 3. In the whole world. In Africa, we should be the cheapest, but we are not, right? And currently, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies have been doing some interventions to try and address this problem. But there's always a pushback, and I'm sure some of you may have seen a few days ago, the the network operators are taking government to court because allowing people, for example, to use their data without expiring. But one of the other things that are there is to, because before you can have data, you must have the gadget, you must have the device. And one of the things that had been happening is that there was this tax that was put, on certain devices, and that's why some of our people may not have smartphones, right, unless they are working. So there's an effort to remove that restriction, so that, let's say devices under a certain amount, I think it's about 3,000 or something like that, there's no tax implications, because that makes the device cheaper, to the people so that they can have access to it. But also there are a number of interventions that are being done to ensure that from a data perspective, I'm sure many of you nowadays probably don't buy data like the others, but people who are in rural communities, they still have to buy data, and the data at 30 days it expires, even if they have not used it. They are trying now to change that to say, if once you have bought the data for 100 Rand or whatever, why must it expire because you have bought it? But obviously network service providers have different understanding of that. But ultimately, the point I'm trying to say is when we do this digital transformation, it's an ecosystem. There's no one that can exist alone. So there are various dynamics that we need to consider. Thank you.
I saw you writing notes. You might want to comment.
No, I don't think there's much to add to that. But I do just want to say, I really do agree that digital transformation is a catalyzer. So it is not digital transformation as its own thing. It really catalyzes where Africa is in the fourth industrial revolution. But it requires so many pieces to come together. And I do think leadership and people are two of the most impactful there.
Okay, thank you for those responses. I think in the process you've answered to my second question, which was saying, in which areas would you want to partner with universities as part of your implementation of 4IR and digitalization? So I move on to the last question. If you want to touch on question 2 in the process, it's fine. What formal or informal arrangements do you think we need to make? How do you matchmake? How do you propose? How do you engage? How do you have a marriage that has no divorce clause? Well,
I'll try. So this is a great question, and one that's got many pieces that I'd like to speak to. So when it comes to formal arrangements, most universities in South Africa have what we at Optimum call the open access license. So that is access to all the MathWorks tools, MATLAB, Simulink, and every 120 plus toolboxes that you can add on top of that go into more niche areas that focus on data analytics, data visualization, machine learning, artificial intelligence, simulation. So I think providing that license formally gives access to everyone in these institutions to try something. Perhaps you have an idea and you want to look at what's available to try something out. And that goes back to my first statement, or one of the first statements I made about, it's not about the platform, it's about your skills. So how do you leverage the tools and the platforms you do have to build your skills? And once you have those skills, how do you do incredible things that take Africa forward? So I think that's one formal arrangement that makes a big difference to us. And the way we use that is using the curricula is a big thing. And I know I've said this many times, but I think this is where many people first get introduced to any kind of technology. Where are you bringing programming into your work? The informal mechanisms, which we already partner with in universities and research institutions. For instance, one of our clients is the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and we work with them on their radio astronomy advancement program, or we would want to, and we try to upskill students through those processes. So that is not formal, that is us supporting them, leveraging our team's knowledge and skills in different areas to teach the students who are interested in upskilling there. And then Another customer of ours is the South African Weather Services. So they have a very big impact on your weather forecast, but also the danger of impact on the marine side of things. So we work with them again to upskill technicians at different sites, because in rural sites there's these observation units, and the technicians need to go there, gather the data, send that data to the processing sites. But again, without them understanding what good data looks like, how to clean that data, process that data so it's actually valuable, they can't really have the impact that they would like to have. So we support in all these kind of training initiatives in unlocking the tools to actually do the training, unlocking the online self-paced training, all of that to provide people the resources to do the work that they want to do.
Thank you. Over to you.
No, thank you, Prof. I think there's many ways, we can leverage, informally so, in order to partner and work together. Maybe the unfortunate part, at least from where I come from, the institution, is sometimes I have a choice. I can't divorce, my partners, because I survive on, or the work that we do is paid by the state, is paid by taxpayers, so I don't have necessarily a choice. But I think some of the ways, Prof, that I would suggest, to the colleagues here, they particularly is things that we are already doing. Now, this session, for instance, it's an information sharing session, and we have been invited to be here. There's no terms and conditions, whether people like our answers or not. Nobody is going to sue us after this. I hope so. So I think that's a very critical thing. We have to continuously use such platforms, to share, because by doing that we are empowering one another. But one of the other things, we create awareness. For instance, I've indicated, and Kate has already said, we have this infrastructure that government is investing in, and researchers have the opportunity to have access to it, right? For example, when they are doing their research in different ways, for example, they want to run some models or they want to run some experiments, the only thing they need to do is to register as a principal investigator on our portal, and they will get some resources to be able to run some of these experiments instead of running some of these experiments on their computers. And that exists, that is there. One of the other things that is very important is the issue of skills exchange. I always say in government as well as in private sector, we need to be able to share the skills. People in private sector, they can provide a number of exposure to some of our students, and vice versa. When I was talking about the digital transformation roadmap that the government is running, it would be said, when you see it only in the shop, you say, only if I have contributed. But it's open to researchers to participate, it's open to people like yourself to participate. Obviously, it's voluntary, so you won't get paid there. The other thing I wanted to mention, we have, for example, as the CSR have what we call a local cloud infrastructure, where, for example, people may be developing solutions for various things, whether it's for health or what, and we can assist them, for example, with storage, particularly for research and development purposes. So we have that. But there are others as well that could be considered, for example, the issues that we sometimes get internships, students who come, but there's work that could be done, course supervision and mentoring of students, because that's very, very important. If I always say to my team, I'm not a criminal, right? And I don't understand crime, so I claim. But then I say to them, if I have to build solutions that have to deal with crime, I must work with the police, or I must work with these people who understand crime, or else whatever solution that I'm going to build may not address the issue. And I think in terms of us exchanging, it's also like that, right? We have to also be willing to share and have joint research programs. But yeah, sometimes we don't do it that much, and I think it's something very critical.
Thank you very much. I think that's very enriching. I think all the questions have been answered. Any more? Are there any more questions? Shall we count? 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's take those last 5 questions. Last 6 questions.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Jabu and Kate, for such a thought-provoking presentation. That is appreciated. My question, Dr. Jabu, is directed to you. My name is Simpiwe. I'm doing a PhD here in Unisa under School of Accounting Science, and FinTech and 4IR is part of, it's one of the things that I have a huge expertise of because I do my thesis there. But other than that, I'm a board member at CETA. We have an issue of data integration. For example, we just had our audited financial statement now, our draft, and we have realized that we have a huge amount of learners who are placed in different sectors at the same time. There is double dipping, precisely because we don't have data to do verification first. And secondly, also, when it's come to conflict of interest declaration, also we have a huge issue there where we couldn't really verify this type of information. Later on, they come and bite us. I see in your MAMZansi project 4.3, it speaks about integrated HR management system. I would like to know if these type of issues are they going to be addressed in this platform. If not, how then do we work together to make sure that we find this type of solution to minimize wasteful expenditure, as we have seen in public institutions, that this is part of the issue we are having. Thank you. Just for the interest of time, I really appreciate maybe if I can get hold of you so I can really take this discussion more further, as I have a lot of interest in this type of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there mic close by?
Where do I go? To the front.
Some spots for you. He's preparing for lunch. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Mphathi Nqubo. Butjabo, thank you very much, and Kate. Allow me to wear my hat as a data privacy advocate, who I am actually. 2 things. Let me start with CETA, because you know I've been in government, I've been dealing with these issues. Recall that we had a similar experiment of a one-stop shop government platform, right? Where citizens would be able to get everything from that platform. But there were issues, and the issues have not gone better. Let me take you to the justice cluster, where you had several entities that are dealing with information. But when you want to verify a military veteran, you want to use Home Affairs. That channel, they will say, we are not sure about the data privacy at transit and at delivery. We're sure about us as Home Affairs. The question then I'm asking is, you seem to be wanting to deal with issues which we call in the data privacy space further processing of information. You want a one-stop shop. Theoretically, it makes sense. But when you look at the principles that guide the data subjects and the many things that need to be there, both from your GDPR, which is not POPIA, by the way, they are different. How do we deal with this reality now that we want a one-stop shop? The second thing, how do we prevent data colonization? I've heard you talking about AI sovereignty. I've heard you talking about the need for technology and infrastructure sovereignty. How do we deal in this one-stop shop about the issues of data colonization, which are affecting Africa? And if one looks at the levers for digital transformation, as you know them, The issue of the Africa Digital Compact, how do we factor it in to ensure then that as Africans, the protocol on digital assets, whose Article 3 says procurement of digital assets, that protocol does not include government. How do you run away from that to make sure then that the dream is realized with African tools, using African infrastructure, which is not happening now? To you, Kate, a brief one. I'm hearing you talking about software. And within the field of AI, I'm one of the people that is saying, if we talk skills development, when I wrote the act, it was based at the technical vocational leg, because that is where the touching is done, not only the English. But I'm not hearing any reference to that. Could it be that we took the money from technical and we put it somewhere? How are we dealing with this Cinderella? Because the policy is there, we wrote it, the FET Act is there, and everything is there. But we are leaving this layer between GET and HET, which is critical for our Africa to develop its own emerging technologies, not others from somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick one. You have given up, okay. Oh, she articulated. So the last two there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I'm Isaac Munyela from Mea Academy. I just want to find out to those two panelists there, Jabu and Kate, how do you collaborate or partner with the researchers in the academics? Especially on my side, I developed a new leadership model or style titled Kangaroo Leadership Style or Model, which in a nutshell, it says the definitions. If you lead uneducated people, make them educated. If you lead dependency community, make them entrepreneurs. In brackets, using advanced industrial countries or communities. If you lead unemployed people, make them entrepreneurs. So how do you collaborate or assist those kind of research? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm Hlenge Ngobe. So my question really is about is for Dr. Jabu in terms of change enablement. So as you develop your data lakes and everything, it actually changes some of the level of effort that's required for researchers to collect data. However, I think most of the researchers, and I'm a public health guy, will still be stuck at going to the ground and collecting data and analyzing for themselves, while you are developing digital tools. So what change enablement activities exist within the CSIR to actually start changing the way that researchers view data collection, given the access that you now have? And then the second one really. The second question is really on the science diplomacy aspect. On the science diplomacy aspect, to say if we are looking at this from an Africa perspective, how much conversation are we having with whether it's the science attaches or the different governments within Africa to ensure that we are able to use this as something that will be a tool for data sovereignty in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the panel excited the Vice Principal. So Professor Ngwepe for the killer questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a quick one. People on Teams can't necessarily.
Yes, the quick one is relating for Dr. Jabu, relating to the storage of data sets. I just want to check the terms and conditions for that storage, and then where are you storing that data? Thank you.
Thank you for those beautiful questions. I know we are before lunch, but we'll give them time to articulate properly their responses. We start with the ladies, honor ladies. I didn't want to pronounce the name because I speak a little bit of German, and Kleingeld. Kleinfeld. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so I took note of two questions that were asked of me. The first was on the technical vocation work and where is the training happening there. You mentioned there are acts in place to support this, there's funding in place to support this. My answer would probably be that we work with the SOEs that get this funding to provide the training. So I mentioned the South African Weather Services. They'll get graduates, interns, technicians into their space from institutions like this. And that's where our support comes in. That's where we bring in, perhaps you've had the technical hands-on experience, but you haven't had the programming experience. And that's where we can come in. That's the support that we provide there. And then I think the question over there was, how do we partner with researchers? What are the models that we use to assist? That varies per institution and what you are trying to achieve. Typically, we engage with any researcher that wants our help. We have an email address that I can come share with you, that you tell us which department are you in, what research are you doing. We can start a dialogue with an expert in our team that might have similar experience or skills, and we see how do we help you achieve and point you to the right resources, because I think that's a big thing, is you don't know where to start in the realm of programming or technology. So pointing you towards resources and then having one-on-one consultations to support the work you're doing. If there's perhaps a group of researchers that are doing the same thing, we can do more broad workshops where we take you through a workflow of using the data and modeling it or simulating it, for instance. So the model looks different for every institution, for every department and every discipline, but we are open to speak to researchers who want to speak to us. Thank you.
No, thank you, Kate, and thank you for the questions. I will start at the bottom. Prof, the terms and conditions are obviously long, but it's fair use, so each user is given a particular threshold of the space that they can use. I just don't remember it on top of my head, but I can share that. I think, but it's quite a substantial amount of space. Where is the data stored? The data is stored here in the country. We have the data center here in Linwood, as well as in Cape Town. So we have two. So it's managed by us, it's controlled by us. But the researcher, for example, is the one who has, in terms of now the access to the specific data. The researcher is the one. He or she will get a secured space for that specific data.
So sorry, just a quick one to say, is there duplication of storage in case of risk?
Yeah, that's why I said we have two.
Oh, yes.
We have one in Pretoria and one in Cape Town for disaster recovery.
Okay.
Yes. And then maybe, as I was talking about data storage, Simpiwe, I'll speak to you. I thought Simpiwe, you said the SETA, the SETA, is the, I think it's the SE, right? Yeah, because I saw the advocate wanted to shoot you, but the one that she's talking about is SI. Yes. So because you spoke about data integration, and I think with regards to the My Mzansi platform, we have a component there which is called Mzansi Exchange, which allows the different entities working together to exchange the data. But ultimately, the custodian of the data is the one that decides, for example, what they need to share and not share. But I think the question that you were talking about is very specific, and I think it's very, very particular, because with our current system is that the identity of a person is different across these different stages. That is why somebody can apply for an NSFAS bursary, go and apply for CETA, go and work for government, and the systems don't necessarily see that. So that data integration is what Mzansi Exchange is trying to address, working with Treasury. But I had the call because I think this conversation can be quite a lot. You can speak about many other things over and above just conflict of interest. The reason it's difficult for us to even catch corruption is because our systems don't talk to each other. If Jabu has $1 billion today and he gets it via plastic bag and he buys a house, the systems don't necessarily see that, and I think that's the main thing that you were talking about. But I'm more than willing to share my details with you, and then we can take this conversation further, because the key thing is about identity integration. You see, the problem is people have different identities, even if we have an ID document, but as people go and stay, maybe for property, they give different identities. When they go to find work, they give different identities. When they register their children for NSFAS, somebody's working, but they give a different identity. But what the Mzansi Exchange is trying to do from a technology point of view is how do we ensure that a person has one single identity and we can track him or her across the board. And I think, Advocate, it also speaks to your data privacy issue. When you were asking the question, I felt like, hey, today I came to the wrong meeting. You were really hammering me now. And I think with my Mzansi Exchange, it's not necessarily a one-stop shop. It's trying to integrate, but each and every entity is still responsible for those services. For example, Department of Transport and Department of Health, they have different mandates. They will still provide the different services, but how do we enable them from an integration point of view? Because and that also will avoid that issue you're talking about of data colonization, right? Because if, let's say, you give every data to Jabu, then if I decide that you have not paid me, I can close everything, then it doesn't help. But the custodians of the data, they still own the data, they're in control of it. The only thing that my Mzansi Exchange does is how do we harmonize these different services for the benefit of the citizen, so that the citizen does not have to go through multiple and hoops and loops in order to get this. But I fully accept as well, as we have indicated, that CETA, SITA, have tried to do something similar before. And sometimes many of our programs, they break or they don't work because there's no collaboration or coordination even between the different stakeholders. Everybody wants to do their own thing. In government, it's a little bit, very, very difficult. And as I try and wrap up, Isaac, I think Kate answered you. I think the same answer Kate gave in terms of how do we collaborate with research is the same. We, as a CSR, we welcome different people to engage us with different solutions, entrepreneurship. We are also very passionate about supporting small businesses, young people who want to create entrepreneurship. We may not always have the many resources that we want, because sometimes young people, Prof, when they come with a proposal, then they say they need 1 billion. And then I say, where will I get this 1 billion? Right. So we just need to also address that. Mr. Ncube, I think your question was also very, very, very particular and important, particularly from the change enablement. Now, this is obviously not just a CSR issue. It's about change management across the board. As we were indicated, we have, maybe let me also give you some stats. We have this facility of the CHPC. Now, generally, universities that use this facility to the T, it will be your traditional universities, University of Pretoria, Stellenbosch University, UCT. The traditional universities where most of our people are at, they seem not to have the appetite to use some of these tools. And they are very critical for doing impactful research. Maybe it's awareness, I don't know. But I think the change enablement is very critical in order to ensure that there's adoption and people use it. Because we can have the technology, but if people are not using it and it's paid for by the state, it only benefits a few. Then it becomes an issue. The last thing that I will cover, Prof, Mr. Ncube spoke about science diplomacy, and I want to also say, and I'm sure Unisa is also very strong on this. They even have university in Ethiopia, and they they try to make sure that the work that they do reaches out the whole of Africa. And I think within the CSR and the digital transformation place, that's exactly the same. I strongly believe that, within an African continent, and we do this, for example, within BRICS, we work very closely with Ethiopia as well. And I wanted to also share that, in Ethiopia, when it comes, for example, to some of these issues that we were talking about, whether it's AI, digital transformation and the likes, they are really moving at a very high speed, right? They are moving at a very, very high speed, but we work with them very closely, for example, on issues of artificial intelligence and the issues of material science and various others. So you spoke about, for example, the attachés and the likes. The work that we do, we are very much supported, by DERCO and the people that they deploy in various missions, because we also have an Africa strategy that says, if we have these technologies and they succeed, they must succeed also for the whole, of Africa as well, not just for South Africa. But I think at that level, South Africa is not an issue in terms of ensuring that some of these solutions and the research gets into the African space. If I've forgotten anyone, my apologies, but we'll share our details. You can engage us further. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. You can also share over lunch. Thank you very much. It was a panel of two, but very incisive and detailed and interesting. The winner, there were two winners, but then I had to go with the not normal winner on science diplomacy. That talked to the theme very well. Thank you. I think you know who the other winner is. So we go with science diplomacy.
Go, yeah.
Science diplomacy.
That's Mr. Nube.
Yeah, Nube. Other than that, thank you very much for staying the course. I know we are a threatened species sitting between you and lunch, but we'll do the honors and ask Professor Ngwepe to share some tokens of appreciation to the panelists. Thank you. Just wait and we'll do photos and then we can go for lunch.
Safia Mahomet. So she will introduce the panelists to you, and of course the theme for this afternoon, artificial intelligence in healthcare, and then there are 3 sub-themes, but she will tell you more about that. So I hand over to Prof. Safia.
Thanks very much. Acting Vice Chancellor, members of management, Program Director, colleagues across colleges, distinguished guests, panelists, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the CNA 8 Health Studies and Medicine session, the theme of which is artificial intelligence in healthcare. AI is transforming healthcare in ways that were unimaginable just a decade ago. From clinical decision support and robotics to data-driven healthcare systems management, the possibilities are both exciting and far-reaching. However, alongside these possibilities, there are equally important questions that we need to confront. Questions around equity, particularly in resource-constrained settings, questions of bias and fairness in data-driven systems, and critically, questions of accountability, trust, and professional responsibility when decisions are influenced directly or indirectly by AI. To this end, I am delighted to introduce you to this afternoon's panel. First, it's a pleasure to welcome, I just need to get my slide. Sorry about that, colleagues. So first, it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Yasin Khan, a medical doctor, clinical epidemiologist, and technology entrepreneur who is transforming the way in which healthcare professionals access clinical information and decision support in South Africa. As the CEO and co-founder of EM Guidance, he leads the country's largest digital platform for healthcare professionals, serving more than 130,000 users across the medical, pharmaceutical, and allied health sectors. Under his leadership, EM Guidance has become an essential component of South Africa's healthcare ecosystem, supporting national initiatives for the National Department of Health and the Council for Medical Schemes, and recently being mandated for use in pharmacies nationwide. Dr. Khan is at the forefront of developing AI-enhanced clinical decision support tools tailored to the South African healthcare context, with a particular focus on delivering trusted and assured artificial intelligence for healthcare practice. Dr. Khan holds an MBCHB and a master's degree in clinical epidemiology from Stellenbosch University, as well as a diploma in primary emergency care from the Colleges of Medicine of South Africa. Drawing on extensive experience as a primary care and emergency clinician in both the public and private sectors, he brings a unique combination of clinical expertise, research excellence, and technological innovation, and we look forward to his insights on the future of healthcare and digital innovation. Our second panelist is Dr. Zahir Mullah, a distinguished general surgeon and Colleges of Medicine of South Africa certified surgical gastroenterologist with practices in Umhlanga and Ballito. Dr. Mullah is currently the only certified colorectal surgeon in KwaZulu-Natal and the province's first certified robotic surgeon. He completed his medical degree at the University of Pretoria, followed by specialist and subspecialist training at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where he also earned a Master of Medicine degree. Renowned for his expertise in open, laparoscopic, and robotic surgery, Dr. Mullah is also deeply committed to academic medicine, serving as an examiner, journal reviewer, and president of the South African Colorectal Society. We are honored to welcome Dr. Mullah and look forward to benefiting from his insights and expertise. Following Dr. Mullah is Dr. Mzulungile Nodikida, Chief Executive Officer of the South African Medical Association and a distinguished leader at the intersection of healthcare, policy, and innovation. Dr. Nodikida combines extensive clinical, public health, and business expertise, bringing a unique perspective to the challenges and opportunities facing modern healthcare systems. He holds a medical degree from the University of Villa Clara in Cuba, a diploma in obstetrics and gynecology from the Colleges of Medicine of South Africa, an MBA from Rhodes University, and an executive master's in public health from Peking University in China. Throughout his career, he has led healthcare institutions, contributed to governance and financial oversight within SAMA, and founded several health-focused enterprises dedicated to improving healthcare delivery and access. With expertise spanning the strengthening of health systems, healthcare financing, artificial intelligence in health, international health economics, and strategic leadership, Dr. Nodikida is widely recognized for championing innovative and equitable healthcare solutions. We welcome Dr. Nodikida and look forward to his visions on the future of healthcare leadership, innovation, and health system transformation. Colleagues, as you can see, we have brought together leaders from digital innovation, clinical practice, and a professional body to help us explore the issues around AI in healthcare from different yet complementary perspectives. The expert panelists will now each provide a brief presentation, following which we will dive into discussions. Let us begin with our first panelist. We welcome you, Dr. Yasin Khan. The podium is yours.
Yeah.
It's not showing on the screen.
They will put it up the back quickly. And there's a clicker if you just want to use that. Okay. Put some power. Right, can we just get the slides up? It's on the laptop, but it's not projecting. Yeah. PDF.
This one. Okay. EM guidance. EM guidance. This one. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Movie, okay. Okay, wait. Okay, what exam? Yes. Okay. Did you duplicate? Okay. Okay. Which one is this one? PDF. This one?
No, the PDF. That one. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. Control L.
Okay.
Control L.
You're right, Bishop. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you sincerely to Unisa for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be speaking to you all. Sophia, thank you very much for the thorough, comprehensive introduction. So I'm going to be speaking about artificial intelligence in healthcare, specifically through the lens of my work in enhancing clinical decision-making. So really looking at AI and artificial intelligence to enhance the clinical decision-making capabilities of healthcare professionals. What I'm going to be doing is, and it's always very important to do this, to sketch a little bit of the landscape about the sort of problem sphere in healthcare, and the problem sphere with respect to what healthcare professionals are facing on the ground in South Africa. And then really look at the intersection of of the rise of artificial intelligence and some of the challenges with AI in that space. And I'm going to reflect on some of the work we've been doing and share some examples of some of the approaches to developing solutions in this space. But really the focus of the talk is to end with some key learnings and principles, which in our work in this important arena, there are some really important learnings that we are deciphering that are really relevant for the innovation ecosystem around artificial intelligence particularly. And I'm going to sort of crisp those learnings up at the end. So importantly, healthcare in South Africa. And taking a little bit of a step back, the clinical professional, the healthcare professional in the South African landscape, South Africa has a major workforce challenge, labor challenge with respect to healthcare, as many developing countries do. The doctor-patient ratio in South Africa is something like 0.8, 0.79 per 1,000, which is something like 4 or 5 times less than most developed countries. Furthermore, we have the sense that our medical professionals, the doctors that we see, are 100% competent and perfect. And unfortunately, the data is far from favorable. Healthcare professionals still produce medicine-related errors, sometimes in 1 out of 5 cases, obviously a varying range of error. And something as simple as antibiotic alignment, so ensuring that they prescribe the correct antibiotics. There was a study done in KZN a couple of years ago that showed that this was somewhere between 40 and 50%. And I could go on and on. And so what you have is you have an overburdened workforce that is potentially error-prone. But importantly, there are some key things, some key areas in sort of the overall health ecosystem, which if we don't get right, the overall health system experiences significant challenges at an outcome level, at a person level, but also at an economic level. So particularly primary care, particularly ensuring that we manage the very common basic conditions very well, very early. Diabetes, hypertension, HIV, etc. The challenge with this from an overall ecosystem perspective is that when you look at healthcare, the actual healthcare economic challenge in South Africa, healthcare is way too costly. The outcomes that we have in front of us, the outcome challenge that we have from a healthcare perspective is that more than 50% of our private hospitalization bill goes to, of our private medical aids go to hospitalization, and another 20 or 30% goes to specialist care, with very little spent on primary care. So we all know our medical premiums are rising. And the challenge is that, and the opportunity and challenge is very simple. If healthcare professionals can turn the dial and be far more effective at the early stage with good decision making in primary care, potentially we can avert many downstream consequences and costs. And so what you have is a situation where the decision making, whichever way you slice it, the decision making of this small group of healthcare professionals at a national level is a critical national lever to enhance healthcare outcomes. And so the platform and company that I represent, EM Guidance, operates in this space. We've been operating in this space for the past 10 years. And what we deal with specifically are ensuring that medical professionals have access to the right decision-making tools, services, and information that allow them to make effective decisions within the reality of South African healthcare. And making the right decision in a local healthcare context means understanding constraints. understanding costs, understanding local protocols, policies. And so what we do is we provide an interface for medical professionals to access information that is vetted and approved from a range of governmental, academic, clinical institutional sources around the country. So think of it as kind of an aggregate portal, a service that aggregates the right kind of guidance information for medical professionals. So working with various medical schools, academic institutions around the country, and pulling this together into a very user-friendly platform, which has distribution vastly across South Africa's health ecosystem, with a clinical query and search to the degree of every minute, one every second in South Africa. So this exercise in pooling together relevant knowledge in a collaborative exercise with the scientific establishment and making that knowledge available at a key decision-making point in the system, a key decision-making point that has significant impact on overall health outcomes. That exercise is quite foundational for overall healthcare outcomes, and we look at our work in AI through that lens. So when it comes to the evolution of the technology, and particularly the decision support technology that we develop, what we've been doing is taking the underlying technology and ensuring that as healthcare workflow systems digitize, so as you know, your healthcare professionals are now, the doctors you go to are utilizing electronic record systems, electronic prescribing systems, electronic practice systems. And the need to have a form of approved guidance within those systems and within workflows has become quite paramount and substantial. So this is sort of the next layer of how to deliver clinical guidance within these systems. And we're relatively far down the track on integrating this across South African healthcare systems. When it comes to AI, because we sit at the interface of a medical professional making a decision, we look at the following challenges with existing AI clinical decision systems. Number one, international systems, the frontier models as we call them, ChatGPT, the likes, can be inherently biased because they are trained on international data. They don't represent local population parameters. The systems may tend to hallucinate, so to provide false answers. The systems are not monitored consistently and continuously. And importantly, those systems don't address many of these healthcare context realities that our healthcare professionals encounter. Smart systems don't understand that an MRI may not be the first recommended investigation when you're working in the public sector, for example. And so the project that we've undertaken seeks to address this in a very meaningful way. And without going into all the technical detail, but the approach is really to provide an AI-enabled interface that a medical professional seeking a South African answer can, number one, receive an answer that is grounded in a local and expert overseen clinical knowledge base. So what that means is that the AI is forced to provide answers from approved content. Secondly, the system is fully transparent. And so healthcare professionals are able to see exactly how the answer was developed, which evidence and which sources tie to a particular answer. And thirdly, I think the one I'll stress is that there is a human in the loop, as we call it. So we are able to monitor and manage and observe every answer, if needed, and intervene and monitor and enhance the system as we go along. So without going into further technical detail, I think one of the other general kind of approaches and principles that we're taking is that what we are not trying to do is replace decision making or facilitate that healthcare professionals don't can abdicate their judgment. But we are saying, how can we build what is really a cognitive support layer, as we call it? It is something that is an enhanced form of thinking. The route we're taking is to say, how do we build what is really a very smart librarian that can be in the practice and in the pocket of every medical professional? But the safety mechanisms and the guardrails around that librarian system are overseen by a trusted academic and scientific caucus. And the processes for doing that is a large and collaborative and academic exercise. So I'm out of time, but I've covered, I think, the gist of the way we are approaching the leveraging of AI for what is a quite a substantial sort of lever point in healthcare outcomes, and doing so relatively safely. I think the last factor that will perhaps come through in the panel discussions is this question about how we work, even though we develop the system, how do we work to ensure human clinical judgment is always strengthened and maintained irrespective of the sort of sophistication of the system, and look forward to discussing that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Khan, for also explaining to us how EM guidance is trying to bridge that gap towards providing patients with contextualized overall healthcare outcomes. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Muller.
I'll be able to see it, yeah. Where do I change it?
No, that was all that.
Who's going to change my slide?
No, you probably have to say names.
No, I can't change here.
All right, so can we just get, presentation at the back? We'll find out now.
I have to look at the slides. At least open it up there for me. I can look at it.
Otherwise I'll give you the handheld and then you can...
Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, give me the handheld. But I need to look, okay. Maybe I'll take my laptop. It's hard to turn my neck and talk to the slides. No, we can use the chair. Can I change the slides here?
Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay.
Would you actually laptop there? Or maybe like, can you use this one?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
This one, right? Okay. This one, right?
Yep, that's the one.
You're right. So say, okay, what you are going to do next, you are just going to keep on presenting, but then when it comes to the video, we will follow you, keep on following. When it comes to the video, and then we'll play the video from our side, but then you can keep on presenting.
Okay, when it comes to the video, you play from your side?
Yes.
I must keep changing on this
Yes, you must keep on changing.
Okay,
yeah. Is it okay here? Or
yeah, good.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to all the panel members and the audience. Thank firstly Unisa for the invitation to be here today. I'm really honored. Thanks Safia for the organization. It was quite impeccable. And the introduction, gosh, there was a lot. So I'm here today as a surgeon. I do a whole lot of surgeries, different types of surgery. I'm not here to preach as a surgeon, but more to take you on a little journey and more to join me and look how surgery has evolved, or medicine has evolved, over the last couple of centuries, and how surgical innovation or medical innovation, and then towards the end we'll chat a little bit about how artificial intelligence has also come into the fold and made its way into the field of surgery. So I was fortunate enough to be in all different formats of surgery. Gives away my age a little bit. But initially, surgeons started off from, let's say, middle of the 19th century, 1870s. Surgery was performed like this, next to the bedside of the next to the bed of the patient, large instruments, big incisions, gloves, lots of blood loss, lots of pain, and not very good outcomes. It got better towards the 20th century, and surgery then evolved into the middle picture, which is keyhole surgery. Laparoscopic surgery, still standing next to the patient, little keyholes, make small incisions. We use these chopsticks, and then look at very good quality screens and fill the abdomen of the patient with air, and you can go ahead with the operation. Less blood loss, much better vision. And now, let's say 2010s, in the 2010s, robotic surgery, that's the picture on your right, that's come into vogue. Lots of talk about it, lots of hype about robotic surgery. Now surgeons can sit and operate, have a cup of coffee, behave like an anesthetist, have your socks off and walk around and talk too much. But that's how where we are today. And all three are still available around the world. All three work. It's just evolution. So I'm going to show you what's available in South Africa. These are the two platforms available in South Africa. The one on the right-hand side is an intuitive machine from Da Vinci. Well, it's called a Da Vinci robot. It's from Intuitive. It's an American-based biomedical company. That's majority in the country and majority around the world. Really Rolls-Royce. The other one is CMR, Cambridge Medical Robotics. That's a British robot. Not as popular as the other one, but still modular system, works excellently. And to give you a bit of a feel of what's it like to be in a robotic theater, I'll play a short video clip. I'll talk you through it so I don't bore you. But it looks something like this. So you can see in this picture, there's the robotic arms next to the patient's asleep. There's the surgeon, the female surgeon. She's doing her thing with her hands, little Xbox controllers. She's got her 3D glasses on, looking at a 3D screen. She's now talking to an anesthetist who's sitting right next to her. She's obviously not scrubbed. There's no gown in that. And the robotic arms are doing the surgery. Now, she's fully in control of what those robotic arms are doing. Those robotic arms have fantastic dexterity. I'll show you some in this video. Have a look at the wrist and so you can get about 720 degrees of freedom here compared to a human wrist, much less. And have a look at the tip of this instrument and the amount of precision and control you have. You have all that control with phenomenal vision currently available in South Africa and around the world. That's where surgery is kind of going in this day and age. It's different. It doesn't say that the other forms of surgery are inferior. Let me not mince my words. But this is what a modern robotic theater would look like. And if you get into the patient's abdomen, the robot controls the camera. You're obviously in control of the robot. And that's what you see. Really good vision. I'll show you a little bit later about the vision of robotic surgery. And that's generally how it works. The benefits of robotic surgery, and again, I'm not here to punt the surgery or the type, I'm just showing you the way surgery has evolved. Truly a game changer in terms of surgical precision. Absolutely to the millimeter. You can see crisp. You can work into deep, dark parts of the pelvis, so in the abdomen that you couldn't really reach with your hands, big hands, or with straight instruments that didn't have any flexibility of the tip, and that's the problem with laparoscopy. The dexterity we spoke about, surgical fatigue is phenomenal. A 6 or 7 hour operation to stand, quite taxing. You do it once or twice a day, your legs are sore, then a day, back is stiff. But with the robot, you're seated. You can have a cup of coffee, you can walk around, stretch your legs. As soon as you step away from the console, the robot stops. Exactly where you left it, you can pick up a minute later, an hour later, whenever you take a break. And the camera, which is the biggest problem with keyhole surgery, is that it's stable. The robot doesn't move. Getting a surgical assistant, you can always get a tremor and a bit of a shake. Benefits to the patient, most important. Smaller incisions, far less post-operative pain. Remember, the incisions are 8mm incisions, no longer big cuts top and bottom. Less blood loss, far less hospital stay, faster recovery, and much less wound complications because the wounds are really tiny. Where are they in the country? People ask, where are these robots? Lots. We have 20 robot installations in the country. Most of them are in the Western Cape. Western Cape has 4 in private practice and 2 in state practice. Tygerberg and Groote Schuur have robots in the state hospitals. There's 3 in private hospitals in Eastern Cape, 2 in KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from, 2 in the Free State, 1 in Mpumalanga. We have 20. 19 of the 20 are the Da Vinci intuitive machine. 1 is the Cambridge Medical, the one on the left-hand side, the modular one I showed you, the one on the video. Milestones. South Africa is not really far behind the world. We are really doing well. We've done 18,000 cases since robots have arrived in the country. It's not always colorectal or general surgery, what I do. It's a lot of urology, that's prostate surgery, kidney surgery, and a lot of gynecology. Gynaes do hysterectomies and all forms of rectopexies, vaginopexies robotically. Far quicker, slightly easier kind of surgery in terms of technical skill. Colorectal is quite challenging, but we've done 18,000. The numbers are going up year on year. Robotic acquisitions, KZN is scheduled to get 2 more robots. 1 will be at Albert Lutuli and 1 at Pixie Kaseme in Kwamashu. So the robots are doing pretty well in terms of robotic sales. Remember, the patent for Da Vinci Intuitive's machine has just recently finished. So the Chinese robots, much cheaper robots, will be flooding the market like Chinese vehicles, a lot cheaper, far more accessible to private and state. The current problem is that Da Vinci robot is somewhere around 50 to 60 million rand. If you want to purchase one for your hospital groups find it hard to pay back, get back on the investment. Cheaper ones will arrive and you'll be able to get your hands on them. This is just Busamed Gateway, where I'm from. Celebrated last year, 100 cases. There's a couple of urologists and gynaes in that picture. But what are the challenges? And there are always challenges with any new technology. The training is incredibly difficult. You must remember, to train a robot, to train an open surgeon, you're standing next to the surgeon, you can show him, guide their hands, do it. If you're training a laparoscopic surgeon, the guy keyhole surgery is still looking at the screen. We're all looking at the screen. With robotic surgery, the problem is that the surgeon is in a console. You are completely 3D, 4K in that abdomen, and you can't see much around you. It's hard to train because the other surgeon you have to get off to train someone. It's difficult. You need to get another console if you want to do that at a cost of 20 million rand to train. You also need numbers to train robotic. And to train robotic surgery requires a whole lot of patient volume. If you're not in a high volume surgeon or you're not in a high volume unit, you're going to struggle to train just by getting numbers of patients. Medical aids don't all pay for them. It's mostly Discovery now, paying for robotic colorectal, has to be cancer cases, challenges getting medical funders on board, and the consumables, the parts that you use on the robot that you throw away are incredibly expensive, exorbitant. So it's a lot of issues with training, and that will also factor into how this all plays out. That's where more and more we're looking at what can AI do for us, and how can artificial intelligence help us get the surgeon off the robot and let it do it itself. Artificial intelligence makes their own imaging, fantastic imaging. It helps enhance the imaging. It able to show you where the anatomy is. It helps you make decisions. If you're struggling, it will guide you, tell you where to go, not to go. It gives you haptic feedback, false feedback on the robot. Even though you, on this Xbox joysticks, it gives you feedback if you're in the wrong place or if you're pressing against something hard or soft. You get great analytics. You can really optimize your workflow, and training. It helps you get better in what you do by telling you where you're falling short. Here's a video of some anatomy identification. There's a part of the surgery that we do. It's a colonic operation for cancer, but you can see that soon most robots will point out where the nerve is, where the artery is, where you should or shouldn't be going, and it goes on a little bit more. You clip the artery to stop the bleeding, and you just keep on going, and then it'll show you where the ureter is. So this kind of AI augmented imaging is unprecedented. It's hard to make a mistake, but again, if a mistake happens, who is accountable? So here's just Just a couple more seconds of this video to show you some anatomical identification of where you are and how it helps you not to make an error. There you go. There's a ureter and there's a vessel, critical errors that you shouldn't be making. Last couple of slides to wrap up. Fully autonomous surgery, it's already arrived. This is Johns Hopkins University, live pig models, live pigs, no model, live pigs. 20 live pigs, gallbladders were removed, fully autonomous, no surgeon in the room. It was seamless, accurate, 0% error. Job was done with different types of pig anatomy, but all were live, all pigs survived this 20 operations. And just to show away from the surgical robot, where AI is also helping us in medicine, this is a gastrocolon endoscopy. I'm sure many in the room may have had a colonoscopy. Part of that is identifying problems in the colonoscopy. It's not very easy. You need to be very trained to see what's going wrong. Here, AI points out for you these little green blocks of where you should look. Be careful, something is going on there. And that is unprecedented. Again, it helps A, with training. B, it helps you identify and not miss problems that these little green blocks could become cancers. And if you miss it, maybe your patient will get a cancer in a couple of years. But if you pick it up, fantastic. And then the last slide, just to give you a feel of how AI is helping us in medicine, is this is a tablet. It's a capsule. Remember, we can look at the food pipe stomach. We can look at the colon. We can't look at the small bowel, the bowel in between the stomach and colon. We can't look at it. Previously, patients would swallow a capsule with a camera, 2 cameras, big light source. It tumbles through the bowel and takes thousands of pictures. Then some doctor would have to sit and look through thousands of photographs to see if there's a problem in this 6 meters of small bowel. You don't have to do that anymore. AI will do that for you. As it tumbles and takes pictures, it will identify patterns of problems in the small bowel, flag that for the physician or surgeon and say, look there, something's wrong. In conclusion, the landscape of medicine is changing so rapidly. Keeping up is a massive challenge. Future healthcare training is going to be challenging, as you can see. Keeping up, acquiring the instruments to train and teach is going to be expensive. And what do you teach? You teach them open surgery. You have to be able to do an open operation if things go wrong with the robot. Laparoscopic or keyhole surgery, that's around the world. Should know how to do that as well. And now the robot's in the block. A lot of training, a lot of teaching. Where do you start? How do you start? AI has found a place in medicine. As you've seen, I've just given 3 examples. There's a lot more that I could spend and talk to you about. And the problem is implementing this and accessibility to all South Africans is a major challenge. It's expensive. And to keep consumables and disposables are expensive to replace, repair. And there has to be some form of quality control on what comes into the country that may not be tried and tested as much as the other robots. Trust is always going to be a concern. Should there be errors? Should there be breakdowns? And the ethics with regards to liability of these systems are still a major gray area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Dr. Mullah. That was truly a fascinating presentation. Thanks for guiding us through the evolution of surgery, but then also highlighting the challenges that we face. Dr. Nodikita, and I'll hand over to you.
So I can move it here.
There, or if you want to use the clicker.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mzulungile, and my surname is Notikida, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Medical Association. For those who don't know what we do, we spend most of our time trying to talk to doctors like the ones who just stepped down here in their different respects and unite them for your own health. We call it the health of the nation. So that's our purpose of existence in SAMA. So we represent these doctors regardless of their area of specialty, what they choose to specialize in, and also regardless of the sector they choose to practice in, which could be public or private. But we took a special interest in, it's not moving, okay, in AI and its application in healthcare as a National Medical Association. One of the things that we do is to participate in regional collaborations with other national medical associations in the region, in Africa, and in the world. And a discussion has emerged in the World Medical Association where we were talking about this introduction of AI, whether is it being led by clinicians themselves or is it just being driven by what we call computer nerds or specialists. And can it actually replace the decision making? As you might have heard with my colleagues before me, it's very clear that the decision-making remains with the doctor, but AI can significantly transform healthcare in ways that we have not even begun to imagine, specifically in resource-scarce areas like sub-Saharan Africa and our own country. You would have seen with the previous speaker that Cape Town has already, or the Western Cape already has a robotic machine, but Limpopo and the Northern Cape doesn't. So it's a systematic issue, and healthcare is very weird in that when, in other sectors, when technology is introduced, I think two things happen. The prices go down. So once technology is introduced, it drives the price down and it increases access. In healthcare, it's the direct opposite. I mean, you've just heard now the presentation. The minute we introduce new technology, the cost skyrockets. And there's something fundamentally wrong with the system that we're using. And I think those are some of the things that we as the Medical Association, as we scan the environment we're operating in, we try as we advocate for improvements in systems to try and have these systems improved. So we know that it can enhance decision making. You've seen, I don't have to repeat that. It can fundamentally transform how we arrange consultations and appointments, specifically if it's deployed at national level. I've seen this in practice you would argue that it's a smaller island in Taiwan. In the public sector in Taiwan, they literally can set up an appointment with their doctor in the public health system, and they can take a train, get there on time, the doctor is waiting there on time, knows that he's going to see the patient sees the doctor, and the patient can go back home seamlessly, because that's how they've deployed the technology in the NHI. But for us, I think importantly is to try and integrate the systems that exist. The public sector has got its own problems, fragmented, and each province has got its own digital system. Similarly with the private sector, even the same hospital groups you are seeing here in Gauteng, when you are in Cape Town, they can't talk to each other, their system. There's low interoperability between those systems. And we think at SAMA that if we can have a national AI or technological framework that allows interoperability, where all of these systems can talk to, that can be connected. We don't want them to change what they're using. It just must be able to talk to the national framework. In a similar fashion that you can go to okay, I'm going backwards now. You can go to a bank and be able to open, to apply for a passport in a bank, because the bank is connected to Home Affairs. And in South Africa today, I can tell you, if you go to Steve Biko today and just visit their mortuary, you'll find a lot of patients that were called John Dones because they were fetched from an accident scene and they are unknown. So nobody knows who they are. But if you have a biometric system, it could say, this is actually Dr. Notigida, is unconscious, he's got a medical aid, or it doesn't have a medical aid. and we can contact so-and-so in emergency. So that's the kind of systems we're advocating for at the South African Medical Association. We've identified 5 strategic challenges as I'm running very fast. Our evidence shows that these bottlenecks actually require urgent legislative framework, legislative and regulatory intervention from us. So firstly, the legislation itself is outdated. A beautiful document, I must say, this digital health strategy for health in South Africa. It's old though. It needs to be reviewed and be put up to date with whatever is happening now. But the intentions, you can see that people actually wanted to do the right thing. We are very good as South Africans in that, by the way. We also are worried about data and algorithmic biases. That has been mentioned already. In countries like ours where no national reservoir exists, that's even worse. So that's why we're collaborating with EM Guidance at SAMA to try and see if we can convince government that we can build this the reservoir, reliable South African data. But in countries that have systems like Taiwan and the US, they also having problems of biases because of previous practices. So the models are trained with previous practices, and the bias is inherent with what people used to do in the past. Those are problems of countries that already have systems. But I think with our setting here in South Africa, I think the first thing to do is to establish that national health database. It, of course, disrupts workforce because we don't actually have a very good, it links to number 5, which we have very weak innovation. We don't have our own Silicon Valley. And in terms of regulation, we're still not very clear. But at SAMA, we still tell doctors that you are ultimately responsible for clinical decision and for using an AI tool. But I mean, we need to go deeper into the vendors themselves as they develop. What responsibility do they take? But from a clinical point of view, once you use the machine, then you are responsible as a doctor, and you need to be able to explain to the patient that you have used what model you've used to help them. So these are some of the governance gaps that we've identified at SAMA, that we do have legislation, but it's foundational. It's something we can work on to try and build. We've contributed massively in the office of the CEO within the South African Medical Association. We have an AI task team. They've contributed massively in the development of these ethical guidelines at the HPCSA, which is the watchdog for doctors in the country. I'll bet some of the things we've suggested, they seem to have ignored, and we have another process that is trying to deal with that. And we really think that there must be a system that enforces responsibility, not only to doctors, but to the vendors themselves or the developers themselves. Just to run through, I think all of you, those who might have survived COVID, you would know that in the past, doctors really needed to see you. But during COVID-19, HPCSA had to change their regulations to allow doctors to consult remotely. We still need to actually strengthen those things. I think there's a lot of work that is going into making, not putting emphasis on seeing the patient in person, and allowing medical aids to be able to pay doctors who are consulting remotely. You've listened to the previous speaker that even the robotic surgery, there's struggle to actually pay. So innovation is not being encouraged. I've gone through this already. This talks to the fragmentation in both public and private sector. We do believe at SAMA, though, that none of these sectors is able to integrate alone. So we need a national system that if I get in contact with the health system, whether it's private or public, they are able to download my information and see that I was seen by a certain doctor somewhere. So it can happen in private, even though they look like they are ready. And in state, we don't have a financial problem. We have money there. It's just that it's not being used correctly. That's why you get it sent back to Treasury every year. So we just need people who know what they are doing so that they can put these systems together and let them talk to each other. I think I'm going to stop there. It's our we see it as our responsibility as SAMA, and of course with our watchdog, the HPCSA, that we should establish clinical evaluation guidelines and bans that are emphasizing protecting patients, because patients are at the center of what we do. Of course, both patient and doctor autonomy is critical in that relationship we was talking about of doctor-patient relationship. And we think training is critical for doctors and just for patients as well, to have an understanding of what is taking over the practice of medicine and healthcare in general. So norms are important. Training in medical school, doc, we need to start, but how do you train people on robotics in medical school when it's 6 and how much is that machine? And you need a second one. So we need to start, if government can start getting their house in order, we can scale up because we are more, and we can start negotiating prices of these things down. The minute we allow the economies of scale to kick in, the unit cost will drop immediately. So I'll stop here, Safia, because I think I've gone quite past. But here, just our 4 priorities. We had a very fantastic health summit on innovation where we invited the minister. So we do think that a national AI health roadmap must be developed. We think that it's important to keep the human in the loop, the validation and human oversight, modernizing of rules and liability so that people who develop these models can also take responsibility, and infrastructure development. I mean, now we even have what we call internet in a box. So there's no excuse that a rural area does not have infrastructure. We can have an internet in a box and isolate the clinic so that it can talk to the training centers. So a clinic in Mpumalanga can directly connect with the hospital here, with Steve Big Hospital and the specialist. So I think for us at SAMA, this is what we do. Our work is really advocacy and making sure that we hold government accountable to do what they've committed to do in the Constitution. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks very much, Dr. Norikira, for highlighting some of the ethical regulatory gaps that we grapple with. And to all our panelists, thank you for your incredibly rich perspectives. I think this has set the backdrop now for me to open the floor for questions. In the interest of time, we have 10 minutes for questions. Colleagues, I think if we could take a round of 3 questions, and before you ask your question, if you could just introduce yourself for the sake of the panel. Thanks. The floor is open. Okay, question 1. Question 1, I'm just going to point it out. Question 2, the gentleman in blue, and question 3.
Thank you very much, colleague from the College of Law, for the facilitation. That's beautiful. And to the doctors, patients are happy. But let me ask a question. Fortunately, I think CEO probably attended the conference that we had on digital technology. One of the presentations that was raised was the satellite capabilities that are taken to churches, that are installed in schools, and the net result is that the health situation of citizens is going down because of radiation, right? Now, I want you to see AI there in some sense, and I want to ask the advocate of the health profession, how are we dealing with that reality? Because as we're moving with technology, we are actually reducing the health status of young children who have just started school And when we were at that conference, we were not there to assist us, the whole team, because it goes to a number of levels. Not only the license to operate in terms of the law in mining, which is such that then there are a number of things before you install that, but also the actual due diligence in terms of what entails. Coming to the to my leader in the pharmaceutical, help me here. What does this say? I'm speaking now as an organic chemist, which I am. We were titrating. And when you are titrating, you get a disprin, you titrate, you get an aspirin, you titrate, you get something else, which now we call, green, this green contracts that are done in terms of patenting. What is the impact of what you have just said in terms of the role now of the pharmacist in the full game? To my doctor, I almost said legal practitioner, medical practitioner. All this that you have told us, how does it keep the doctor in business? Secondly, I've been in the military. In the military, one of the things that we were interested in is exactly what we're discussing here. But the issue is, as you are doing the referrals, what are the concerns that you have with the patient? Have the consent paradigm changed? Because if you look at AI is calling, whether you're using the EU AI Act or you go to Canada or you're America, there are different paradigms in terms of consent. Now, if we look at that, what does that say in terms of the medical profession, which is very sacred? Thank you.
Oh, thanks to the presentations. My question, I think, is directed to the Chief of Staff. So, with the disruption of the March and March, we remember doctors, like I brought my medical doctor here next to me, Dr. Nuk. Those patients who were treated by local doctors, now due to the March and March, they were sent back home. Some just decided to leave. So now they are cross-examined by local doctors, that other side. So I just needed your reactive commentary, Chief of Staff, in that regard, the infodemics of the whole ecosystem. Just in general. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. I'm trying.
Hello, my name is Anaparati. I am a student here at Unisa. So I think my question is first going to be directed to you, but then it's also going to be directed to all of you. So I did my clinical at Baragwanath, and we actually had a case with a brain tumor case where we used the machine, one of the machines you showed on the board, and we were supposed to identify a tumor. We faced a lot of challenges because when we were burning the threads and everything, we couldn't identify the tumor. It was very steamy and it was quite hard. So I'd like to understand what could have been the cause and what could have been the reason. My other question is that you did mention where you say that we shouldn't really invest in robotics right now, right? Because of the expenses. However, if we do invest in robotic surgery and capsules, which are very expensive, how would we be able to focus on other cases at the moment which are very important at hand if we do invest in so much in that? And my other question is, I think it was to you, Doctor, where you mentioned about, I think you did say with the clinical, where you could go online and identify this. How would this be available to people who are currently in the rural areas who are not able to have data and all that? And my last question is, how do we protect patients' privacy in the digital healthcare sector in terms of cybersecurity? Thank you.
Thanks very much for the questions. I think perhaps we can start with Dr. Nodikida.
Okay, I'm going to try and remember some of this. So, but I must also just indicate that one of the reasons why we have a task team in the Office of the CEO is to draw from the different expertise that could answer some of the questions that we are encountered with. Now, one of those experts is here in the room. I just would want her to speak on the ethics. But I want to say, if you were listening very well on my presentation, we identified legislative gaps, okay? And we've identified it, and it Prof aims to answer the ethical part. So, and we've identified ethical gaps within the HPCSA itself. And I think it's a national responsibility, not only for doctors to protect the public, okay? So when the regulatory authorities approve the placement of these radiation beaming apparatus in churches and in schools, they do that outside of the medical fraternity, okay? And that for us is that outdated framework. I mean, the country, you all know that the country had, when we were developing an AI policy for the country, it hallucinated and it needed to be withdrawn. So that tells you that there's a gap at the highest level, okay? And that's what we're trying to do, to plug in and close these gaps, okay? And maybe let me deal with the other question before I give Prof Ames. I did not say we can't invest on the expensive machines, but I was saying there is an opportunity. If you look at those, the ones that we have in the country, there are few, and they are not in the training centers of the country. We've got 10 central hospitals in the country, 10. In each province, by the way, I think we have, and there's another one that is being built in Limpopo. But those are not there, are not at the training center, they're in the private sector. And that's the impact of introduction of new technology in healthcare. I explained that. Now, how do we reverse that? By scaling up those things. When we start buying more of those things, the unit price of those machines, when we start to bring them into the private sector, South Africans, there's a lot of them. And that's the negotiation skills we used for HIV treatment, by the way. When it was high, the price itself, when we started negotiating, we used our numbers. So we could do this. The other thing is that we have weak innovation in the country. If we allow people like EM Guidance to innovate, and we allow a measure between computer skills and medical schools to create Silicon Valleys in the UCTs of this world, the top medical schools in South Africa must be able to combine computer science and medicine and innovate for solutions that are organic, that are South African. That price will drop, I can promise you, and we can scale that up. So I think, Prof. Ames, I'm going to need you to answer the chemistry, the organic chemistry question. I think that's an ethical question.
So you've put me on the spot, Dr. Nodikida, but I think when you look at any technology or any advancement, we need to put the patient at the center of it all. And we need to look at what is in the best interests of the patient. What are the risks? What are the benefits? Do the risks outweigh the benefits? And if the risks outweigh the benefits, are we under any obligation to proceed with this type of technology? I think we also need to look at the context. We in South Africa, right? We had transition 1994, right? Where are we today in terms of transition? What is the situation on the ground for the majority of our patients? And here we need to look at distributive justice. We have our huge geographical divides. We have AI. And yes, our government itself makes a big hoo-ha in terms of AI. But how many on the ground can even access data? So I think it's very important to look at distributive justice and those principles when one is putting together ethics and regulations in terms of healthcare using AI. And just one last thing, consent. Yes, patient consent is so important. How many of our GOKOs in the rural areas even understand healthcare the way we practice it now? And we actually now moving into the AI era. So communication is going to be really crucial as we move forward. And I'm going to challenge the South African Medical Association. When you say you're uniting doctors for the health of the nation, we need to look at what exactly we're saying. What is the health of the nation? What can we do as responsible doctors to make sure the GOKO in Nkandla understands what AI in healthcare actually means?
Thank you so much, Prof. M. So I'm going to just deal with the March-on-March question. Colleagues, can I just also say that the South African Medical Association is currently the president of the Coalition of African National Medical Associations. And in our practice of medicine, there's nowhere in the Hippocratic Oath that says we must be xenophobic. In fact, the Hippocratic Oath it implores us that we must ignore race, places of origin, any other form of trying to discriminate. It implores us to do away with that. Now, our role as doctors is to see patients. We can't ask patients where you come from when they extend when we have to see them. We don't ask that question. And we think that's the other department's role and the state role to sort that out. Thank you very much. And if you want to see our statement on the day, we've issued a statement on the day of the March-on-March. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, colleagues. Now, Dr. Khan and Dr. Mulla, I think the next two questions were for you.
So, thank you very much. I can address the question about the pharmacist and the question about data and the cost of data in rural settings as well, and cybersecurity and privacy. I think on if one sort of takes a step back, and the question about AI enabling pharmacists and pharmacist autonomy and what does that mean for pharmacists in South Africa, and we look at all healthcare professionals playing a key role across the ecosystem. When you go to your pharmacist, the pharmacist is a fundamental requirement in the system. A pharmacist can check where the drugs interact. A pharmacist can check the price of the drug. Pharmacists can make sure that if there are any complementary sort of non-prescription drugs that you need, that they can do that for you. A pharmacist is also a primary point of contact for many individuals in South Africa who don't go to the GP, who go directly to the pharmacist. So the way we see it is that, you know, these kind of technologies, AI-enabled technologies to assist pharmacist decision-making in all of those capabilities could strengthen pharmacy capacity around the country. That is something that we sorely need. There are not enough doctors. And so the general kind of concept is not to replace, but to provide assistive platforms that enhance the capacity and skill and capability of pharmacists, nurses, clinical associates, all cadres of healthcare professionals, so that the overall capacity of the workforce is higher. In order for that to happen, what we need to be clear about is that the sort of accountability for the decision, the executive accountability, that rests with the professional. That always rests with the professional. That is not being usurped at all. In fact, that has to be strengthened because the systems, the AI systems, are so easy to, because they're so intelligent, it's so easy to rely on them. And if anything, that's sort of the biggest risk these days. We are not used to as clinicians using diagnostic and investigative machinery. We've used machinery for aeons. Machinery is sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes machinery has error. AI should not be looked at in any different box. It's simply an assistive machine. What is much more fundamental on top of that is how a healthcare professional applies nuanced clinical judgment and training, and then interprets what the machine says, and then ultimately takes accountability in delivering the best result for that patient and what that patient values. That's no different for pharmacists, it's no different for doctors. So it's to get that right and to work towards that. The tech and some of the things I demonstrated, and some of the tech that the colleagues demonstrated, is one aspect. The ethics frameworks, the training, and ensuring that healthcare professionals can sort of effectively, really effectively have good judgment is something that's a sort of collaborative and an ecosystem challenge. So secondly, the question on kind of the rural areas. This is really interesting. If one is creative with the technology, we can really address the realities of connectivity in the South African geography, and particularly in low bandwidth areas. There's a simple practical example. Even AI. The AI models are of various sizes, right? You get up to, you go to ChatGPT, is what you call a 7B model, a 7 billion parameter model. It can do everything. It can talk like a human being. For many healthcare use cases, you don't need something so complex that has to sit in the cloud and consume so much connectivity. You can have what you call, for example, a 1B or a 2B model that can, very simply, it can assist a nurse to interpret the South African standard treatment guidelines, for example, in a very simple way. Those low bandwidth, those low parameter models can actually exist offline. You can actually put that on the phone without requiring connectivity. So imagine we do something like that in South Africa, right? You have an offline AI that actually doesn't require internet connectivity to operate. The components to that exist. The wiring just needs to happen. We need to wire a low parameter AI model into South African clinical use case and clinical decision parameters, and you can actually put an AI chatbot that has no internet requirement in the hands of a nurse, a community healthcare professional. And so these are very exciting opportunities that must be dealt with. And you can imagine with those kind of technologies, you reduce the cost to nothingness. Because the big cost with AI that is plaguing the industry is the variable cost associated with what we call tokens and compute. Every time you ask ChatGPT a question, it charges. And so that becomes prohibitive to use in a healthcare setting. So there are ways of looking at the local context and looking at technology options out there and saying, well, what do we actually need? Do we need that level of sophisticated intelligence, or can we work with what we need in a more prudent manner and actually deliver effective solutions at no or zero cost? And so those are definitely opportunities. I won't say we have all the technical answers to those things as yet, but those are absolute possibilities to fully leverage AI in a South African rural context. And I think on the last point on privacy, look, the general principles around this is that, the law is very clear, and the ethical guidelines are also very clear about this. The two fundamental principles to work around are consent and purpose. Those are the two most fundamental principles when managing patient data. I'll start with the second one. Purpose. Why are we using the data? What is it used for? As operators, I speak as a technology platform, and we are a data operator, so we have to manage the data of personal individuals. We have to ask ourselves, why are we using the data, for what purpose? And there are very many purposes that we use the data for to enhance the outcome of the patient. It's very important that we are able to do that, otherwise we're not going to have a good technology platform. But that purpose must be carefully circumscribed, and beyond that purpose we can't use the data. And the consent must tie to the purpose. You must have express consent for the purpose of utilizing the data. And that consent must be gotten consistently and continuously. And if the purpose changes, you must get consent again. And then I think lastly on this point, and I think key discussions with Sama around data and AI and this question about kind of sovereignty when it comes to data. And the championing of ensuring that from a technical perspective, we're actually very careful about where the data is housed and that it is genuinely managed as a very precious South African asset in South African kind of owned technology systems. And again, without getting technical, there are absolutely ways to ensure data residency. We keep the data here, we keep the AI models here, we ensure that South African knowledge and insight and patient data isn't filtered up into kind of international companies and systems and foreign systems who can use it for any purposes and for enhancing their own systems. There are very many ways to achieve what we call data residency and sort of full sovereign control of data, particularly in an AI context in South Africa. And that's again, in the same concept, there are ways of leveraging and working with technology to actually achieve that. It just does take very deliberate work and very deliberate advocacy and a sort of joint interest in doing that. Thank you.
So thank you very much for those questions. I'll try and, I've written some of them down. One was the issue of keeping doctors in business with regards to robotics and AI coming into the field. I don't think we're there yet, especially around the world and in South Africa. There hasn't been really any human trials started yet. There's animal trials going on, and probably in the next decade or so, they'll probably start human trials within the next decade. I think you'll still have to have a doctor or a surgeon in the house overseeing all of this, and I don't think it can be just left to a technician, a patient, and a robot. So I think doctors still have some degree of job security for now. I don't think that's at all a threat, at least for the next decade. When it comes to consent, just to add on to that, any patient getting surgery done in this country will be consented for the operation that they're having. We're pretty specific as to the mode of access, whether it's an open operation with a big cut or a keyhole or even a robot. Now remember, sometimes there's proctors or teachers coming from outside of the country. There's still always a local surgeon doing the consent. And to add to this, I didn't include in my slide, but telesurgery is also happening around the world where surgeons from other countries are operating on patients in your country. Transatlantic surgery has happened where patients in Asia are being operated by a surgeon in Europe, and a US surgeon is operating a patient in Africa. There's an American surgeon who operates a patient in Angola. All of that consent is very carefully taken, done, so patients are fully aware of who's operating them, on them, what are the risks, benefits of that surgery. That's not left by chance. The question by the young lady in blue about the brain tumor, I think that's completely different to surgical robotics. That's a neuronavigation system. And sure, even a cancer tumor in the brain would be neuronavigation systems, and those systems are completely different. For small tumors in the brain, sometimes difficult to find. It helps the surgeon in the MRI. It's purely a radiation X-ray tool to look for small tumors in the brain. It's quite difficult, and I think it's different to the ambit of what we're trying to talk about, surgical innovation and robotics. The case of using costs of our money in terms of robotics, it's expensive, sure, fair enough. But as Dr. Nalikera alluded to, that tertiary hospitals have budgets. It's not like we don't have the money. It's just the allocation of funds, especially in the tertiary or central hospitals, that need to be correctly allocated. As soon as more cheaper robots come into the country, you'll find that there's 2 state hospitals now, soon to be 4 state hospitals with robots in the country with this expensive system. You can imagine when the cheaper system gets rolled out, I think a lot more. And the last bit on cybersecurity, all current robots are live. So the robot, as you operate, is being completely, not controlled, but monitored by their base hospital, whether it's Cambridge in the UK or in the US by Intuitive. They're online, that is live. But the details on the system are completely anonymous to the user on that end. So whatever you put in on this end gets scrambled and sent across to that end. So there's just a number, but no details. So patients' information remain in the hospital, in South Africa. It doesn't really get sent around the world. I hope that answers your questions.
Thanks very much. Okay, colleagues, in the interest of time, because all our panelists have flights to catch, I need to wrap up today's session. I was advised that I need to hand out a spot prize for the question that generated the most engagement. I think our spot prize can go to the young lady in blue. So thank you very much. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for your depth of knowledge, your enthusiasm, your insights, and the meaningful dialogue that you've brought to this conversation today. Your expertise and your willingness to share with us has greatly enriched today's session. And of course, thank you to the audience for engaging in thoughtful discussions around the topic. What stands out to me, colleagues, is that no single sector can advance the agenda here that we've been speaking about alone. And this is where I think institutions like ours have a critical role to play. As a university with strengths across the health sciences, law, ethics, and social sciences, Unisa is uniquely positioned to act as a convening space, bringing together clinicians, innovators, policymakers, and researchers to co-create solutions that are both technically robust and ethically grounded. In taking this forward, there's real opportunity here to develop collaborative frameworks and initiatives focused on areas, for example, the ethical and regulatory frameworks for AI in health systems in healthcare, the validation and contextualization of AI tools within African health systems, capacity building and training for clinicians in an AI-enabled environment, and ensuring that innovation enhances equity rather than deepening existing disparities. And I'd like to end the session by extending an open invitation to our panelists and external audience in the room to engage with us here at Unisa in shaping collaborative research and innovation agenda in this space. If we are intentional, interdisciplinary, and context-responsive in our approach, we have the opportunity to shape how AI in healthcare is developed and governed in ways that are meaningful for South Africa and the broader African context. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Prof. Safia. If the panelists would just join us here in front, Prof. Safia just has to hand over a little token of appreciation. You smile for the camera and pretend that this is the first time ever that you get a gift.